Oh yeah, it's on the Game Pass, right? I've never played it, but I've heard good things.
Everyone ready? I'm fucking ready to go. I'm itching.
All right, well, since we are all here, then let's get on with this recap. Last session began with dawn cresting upon the party, camping in the swamp just outside the city of Lover's Rest. The party quickly gathers their things and begins making their way through Lover's Rest towards Mount Gunner, the active volcano at the island's center. On their way, they are stopped by the governing temple's leadership, minus Pelor, of course, and granted boons. A crossbow for Renwick, an exclusive bounty on General Firefoot and his fire giants, alongside a decent armor and shield upgrade for all. Once properly outfitted, the party heads inland from Lover's Rest through the murky swamplands and marshes to the far side of the volcano. A baby's cry draws their attention to a nearby meadow after several hours of travel. Upon investigating, the party discovered a large tribe of bullywogs gathering in the trees around the meadow, offering a sacrifice of what appeared to be an infant swaddled in leather, along with two bound and gagged bullywogs. Then, Logos, in a last minute effort to save what he assumed was a child, blasts what turned out to be a froghemoth with a moonbeam spell, and the sands of justice fell into a plethora of moving parts after that. Quickly engaging and taking over the huge sized situation with teamwork and precision, like moving cogs in a machine, the beast was quickly slain. With the beast slain, the bullywogs dispersed. A few trophies are harvested, including the poorly made froghemoth wump wrapped in leather, what you guys thought was a child. And then the party presses on, setting up camp at the base of the mountain, setting out for a climb in the morning. Awakening to a sacrifice sent to them by the bullywogs, including figurines and a couple of bound bullywogs at some time in the night. The party takes their leave of that situation and the figurines, and they press on, climbing several hours to reach their destination, but finally they do. The party, through some truly epic stealth checks and some clutch spell casting and teleporting, have made it just past the massive guarded cave layer entrance, and that is kind of where we are now. So you guys have made it through what was like a natural cave entrance, and a couple of guards that were playing cards at the entrance. And as you as you kind of make your way inward, an extra like 20 feet or so, the natural rough cavern stops being a natural rough cavern. You find yourselves in a chute, hallway. All of the floors, the walls, and the ceiling are very smooth and riveted steel, rather than the rough natural entrance you had entered through. You guys can feel a hot breeze coming quite quickly. It's rushing past you, and it brings the sweat to your brow. It like changes the temperature dramatically. Also considering it's like a metal environment. So as you guys kind of creep forward and put these guards behind you, you hear up farther from somewhere far ahead, echoing, reverberating off the walls. You hear like the clashing of metal and screams and the occasional, what you swear is the crack of a whip. And up ahead, it's mostly darkness, but far, far down this hallway, a red glow kind of illuminates. And you can't really see past that point. But that is kind of where we are now. So the hallway is hot, and it is filled with the gnashing of what sounds like metal parts, maybe the following of stone, lots of shouting, and the occasional scream and crack of the whip.
All right, guys. So what's the play here? I mean, we snuck past the guards, but it sounds like we got a hell of a time in front of us.
I'm wondering if we should send Renwick or Logus forward to take a quick look and come back before we all go marching down.
I'm more than happy to go take a look, but if I'm not mistaken, didn't we get a map from that fuckwit that we released out in the swamp? And the map should guide us through the mountains, so hopefully we can fast track ourselves to the general, and quite frankly, I'd like to avoid as many of these fuckers as I can.
Do you have the map later?
Yeah. I'll pull out the map and take a look to see if I can find. Well, because we picked this entrance specifically off the map, so we know where we are on the map, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So can I try and see what kind of pathways lead through? See if there's like, is it just like one path leading forward, or does it kind of branch off and we can kind of try and find our way around the screaming death music?
So currently, while you're in this hallway, it is completely dark. So, I mean, the map is quite detailed, and you could definitely probably glance at them, but maybe someone with dark vision or light a torch.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a little bit too dark in here, and I'm a little scared to light a light.
Keep in mind, you can still hear like the rumbling laughter of the guards behind you. You are not very far into this tunnel. You know, maybe 30, 40 yards. Like you still see the daylight behind you as you kind of like glance inward.
Don't
I
worry,
also know
Glader. The rest of us can see in the dark, so we don't need to light a torch.
Yeah, it's
don't
just me.
forget that Pass Without a Trace is still up.
Oh yeah, you cast that right before we. Okay.
Yeah, it lasts for an hour, and we talked last time and said that maybe 10 minutes had passed. So
Yeah. So later we'll stage whisper. Yeah, maybe we should move a little deeper into this pathway so we're further away from the guards, and then we can figure out our next move. We just probably don't want to alert those behind us when we have enemies in front of us as well. But I can't see shit, so if I can put my hand on someone's shoulder and they can guide me.
well, it's whispering. Well, we put ourselves in a pickle by sneaking past the guards. We could potentially get the drop on whatever's ahead, but risk getting sandwiched. But then, if we would have fought the guards, whatever was inside the cave would have known we were coming. So we have a rare opportunity because we don't want to risk it by giving away our position as soon as we come in.
Was there anything that we can do to potentially leave a trap for him behind us? So if the guards that we snuck past come through, like, does anybody have a bell, some twine, something? We can set up something to alert us if they decide to come down. But I mean, we've snuck past them, and that already gives us a leg up for what we're trying to do here. I mean, this is a bit of a stealth operation. It's not exactly our strong suit, so for anything we can do to help ourselves moving forward is probably that's going to pay off in the long run.
Blade will pull out his rose gold chain with the 6 acorn bells on it and be like, "We could use this."
How long is that chain? Is it long enough that we can like string it across the ground? I think I
Oh
meant like across
no,
the
no.
entire pathway.
I think it's pretty short. Must be probably 3 feet. Probably won't
Uh,
get far with that.
I mean, if we put
Well,
it in the center of the
to be
pathway,
perfectly honest, I think even one of our regular ropes would be like twine to these fucking giants.
yeah. And who's to say? Like, I mean, we could. I
But
mean, this.
also, how far will that bell sound carry? I mean, once
Yeah.
we get going,
So I think we just go. I don't think we're gonna. I mean, unless somebody has an alarm spell, but I don't think anyone in our party has that. So I think we just gotta go.
Hey, Sean. So when we first faced the Giants, and they were running, are they like massive enough to where the ground shakes and you can feel them coming when they threw the rock at us, or are they small enough so you won't potentially feel them coming?
You heard them coming from a minute away, yeah. But they're especially during combat where they're like crushing the earth around you. They are not very stealthy, at least not to you. Maybe to each other sometimes, but they're very large, and for the most part, all you have seen them wear is essentially the giant equivalent of full plate armor. So these guys are clinking and clanging everywhere they go.
Well, I don't think we have to worry about them sneaking up on us. If we hear them coming, then do our best to adapt in the situation. But I think standing around here runs the risk of being seen or one of them coming this way.
yeah, let's just look at this map and fucking move.
And so Glader's just gonna blindly hold out the map and wait for someone to grab it.
Look, Chris will grab it.
Okay, give me. Well, as you throw the map open, you've already kind of been walked through it once before. But from what you can tell, the chamber you guys are in looks to have two. It looks to have like one main chamber and then three side chambers. Two of them look kind of minor, but one of them looks to be substantial. But from what you can tell, there is a main chamber up ahead, and somewhere between you and that main chamber, there is a doorway leading to another, like a smaller chamber, much like a bedroom or just a small room or something. And then from the main chamber up ahead, there is two doors. It looks like each leading to a different chamber. So it's kind of complex, but you're getting a sense that it's not like a loop-de-loop. It doesn't honeycomb anywhere. There is one way in and one way out, and there is a handful of looks like walled off or sealed chambers on the way.
All right, so it looks like there's a possible bedroom this way. Main chamber with a few extra offshoots. I don't know if the general would want to be right off the main chamber or off to the side where he could get a little quiet. So I'm thinking we go towards the single room. Any objections?
That sounds good to me.
By my count, you're the brains of the operation. So just point me in the right direction, and I'll go see if I can scout it out for us as we move forward.
All right, say Renwick and Logus kind of scout ahead a little and make sure we're not running into a shit ton of giants sitting around with nothing better to do than eat us.
Well, if you want to get extra sneaky, I could turn into a little bug or rodent or something and go ahead if you don't want to run the risk.
I don't know. Are you noisy, Renwick?
Well, I'm pretty quiet myself. I'd hate for
I
you
keep
to.
forgetting we have Pass Without a Tree. I just
Oh,
mentioned it and I already forgot.
that's also an option. No, I'm inherently pretty quiet myself. I'd hate for you to get exhausted this early in the day because I feel like we've got quite a bit ahead of us. And well, if you can change into an animal, quite frankly, I'd rather you change into something big and fuck one of these bastards up.
Yeah, plus we probably have your quiet spell for another maybe like 45 minutes at this point. So, yeah, why don't you guys just sneak ahead to that single chamber? We'll follow shortly behind, give you a little bit of space. But just do a little scouting and then come right back. Don't get into anything too dangerous. Not without us.
So I guess the question is, am I going alone or are you coming with me? And he kind of looks over at Logus and shrugs.
Oh, I'll always follow your lead, Captain, after you.
Fair enough. Well, boys, we'll head ahead out. We'll scout ahead, and well, quite frankly, if you hear something that sounds too loud, come running. And if you don't hear from us in a little too long, you should probably come running. But either way, hopefully we'll see you soon. And he'll just kind of like skulk down a little bit and stealthily start moving forward.
Okay, both of you give me stealth checks and follow that with perception checks.
All right, first roll of the night.
Don't forget to add 10.
Add 10. Okay, that's a 28 stealth. And 17 perception.
30 stealth and 19 perception.
So, as far as you guys go, you guys kind of creep up the way and, maybe 100 yards or so. And up ahead, you can see a glowing, like red, kind of illuminated area of the hallway. And as you get closer, you see, without kind of getting too close, but you can peep, it looks like there is a cluster of stones in the ceiling, and they are all held together by a few chains. And within these chains, these stones happen to have kind of a dull red glow, and it kind of illuminates the area, but it's just kind of one straight shaft after you guys have entered. You go just down this dark hallway until eventually there is a light, and in this illuminated area there is a massive giant-sized door with looks to be like some sort of charcoal or black wood held together by like large iron bands, and it is closed. And you could see beyond this illuminated space. Looks like a significantly longer a hallway with a lot more darkness, but at the end you do see more glowing like red, like a similar light to what is kind of hanging above you now. Also, you notice that the deeper you go into this cavern, the hotter it becomes with every step. You get more and more sweat just kind of seems to pour out of you. The hot breeze never stops, and the sound of the screaming and yelling and smashing of stone, clashing of irons, and the occasional crack of a whip. You hear this get louder and louder the farther you get down this hallway.
So right now, are we in like darkness or is there lights along the pathway?
You guys did good enough to where you can see that you're right now in the darkness, but you can see up ahead like a small illuminated patch of this hallway, and there is a large, giant-sized door in that area, and then the hall just kind of continues.
Okay, so since I'm invisible in darkness on to creatures that rely on dark sight to see, I'll move ahead just to the edge of where the shadow ends and see if I can get a peek into that room.
The door is thoroughly swathed in this glow light, so you will have to exit the shadows to get a peek to this room.
I'm very sneakily, stealthily try to peek in.
Okay, so tell me how would you want to like crack it and look, or do you want to like put an ear to it? Maybe underneath.
Well,
Tell me how you would do it. It's a
I
very
meant-
large door.
so-
Like the door handle is roughly like a foot above your head in this door, and it's like basketball size.
Is it big enough to where I can potentially peek under, or is it like all the way to the ground?
Give me a perception check.
14 plus 10, 24.
You can for sure see, through underneath this gap, and as you kind of look in, you don't see a whole lot that is out of the ordinary. From what you can tell, like on the far side of the room, you see like an empty bed and some barrels and crates. But with that high of a perception check, what you also hear is some very loud, very methodical, rumbling snoring off in one of the corners. You can't quite see, but you can hear it.
I'll kind of stealthily move back to Renwick and whisper very quietly. There seems to be someone sleeping in the room. Nothing seems out of the ordinary from what I saw, but I do hear snoring.
Well, I suppose the question is there any way for us to peer in, get eyes on this snoring, see if it's a single thing, it's a group of things? I mean, if it's a single thing, we could either sneak past it or take care of it before it wakes up, but, well, I'm a bit torn here.
Well, since it's big enough to where I can look through, I can shapeshift into something and go in and get a better look. When as we were walking in or walking through the cave, was there any sign of like wildlife or animals of any kind, bugs or anything?
There is not. Not only is it like obnoxiously hot and kind of pumping out of the source, but there's no like natural material. The floors, the walls, and the ceiling in this hallway are all made of very smooth, riveted steel. Like only the entrance was actually like a raw, natural entryway, which kind of helped blend it in with the countryside. But after about 20 feet, this has become like a smooth metal shaft, ceiling, sides, floor, everything.
Well, I could potentially turn into a small animal of some sort and see if I can get better eyes on anything. I was trying to open the door and just waking them up.
And is that what you're doing?
I was talking to the captain. I was in game.
Well, I suppose if that's what you want to do, I'm certainly not going to stop you. And, well, we're at a pretty tumultuous crossroads, so if you think it'll help, then I support it. I trust you.
Well, we run the risk of trying to open the door and it being locked and waking up. Hmm. Trying to pull up the animals that I should have had it up that I can turn into at this level.
You're level 2 druid.
Level 5.
So I have a list for small badger, giant fire beetle, lizard, scorpion, rat, spider.
No, babe, not at all.
Poisonous snake, constrictor snake. Yeah, those will be your best options for small under a door.
I guess for the sake of without, because I don't remember everything you said. I heard beetle. I had mentioned beetle, so I guess I will wild shape into a beetle.
Okay, yeah. Wild shape into a beetle and kind of scuttle under the door to kind of go check out this room. And as you kind of get in there from a beetle's eye view, I'll give you the basics no matter what, but give me a perception check. Do you have beetle stats?
Druid wild shape. Don't I use
Yes,
my
I do. But yeah, for druid wild shape, you retain your intelligence stats, just not your physical stats.
That's what I was asking. You have stats? I wasn't sure on the thing, but okay, yeah, for sure. Hit me with a perception check.
Oh, and fire beetles do have blind sight of 30 feet as a sense.
So is there a difference between a regular beetle and a fire beetle?
Probably more for fighting.
And you said I can turn into a fire beetle?
It's called a giant fire beetle. And it's a CR0. I'd probably just do lizard though. Or
How
tiny
big is a
beast.
giant? It's a giant fire beetle. How
Well,
big is
It's considered a small creature, whereas the lizard is a tiny beast. So
Okay.
you'll get smaller as a lizard.
I will retcon that and turn into a lizard.
Okay, yeah. You kind of scramble forth as a lizard. As a tiny lizard, the first thing you notice is this fucking floor hot. Really, really fucking hot. You scramble along.
It just feels good on my little lizard body.
So go ahead and give me a perception check as you roll through this room.
That's 17 plus 10, 27.
Damn! Alright, so as you enter this room, what you see is 4 giant-sized beds along one side of the walls. And then kind of around the rest of the room, there are many crates and barrels. Some of them look to be like this dark, like charcoal wood with iron bands, but a lot of them seem to also just be straight metal. Like they're just metal crates, metal barrels. And on top of that, 2 of the 4 beds in this room have massive slumbering fire giants in them, and there are several half or mostly drank and a few half drank full barrels of ale that look to have like some kind of crude handle attached to it. It looks like these guys have been off duty or something, or maybe recently celebrating, but the smell of stale air kind of wafts about as you're kind of stuck in this room with the overwhelming heat and stench of these slumbering fire giants. But aside from that, there is just a bunch of crates and barrels. The fire giants have like a few things near them that are theirs. It looks like their weapons and armor are kind of situated on like a rack built for such purposes. And you also see two empty beds with two similar racks that don't have anything on it. Assuming possibly the guards out front.
And you said 2 of the 4 are currently occupied by sleeping giants?
Yep, the only 2 giants in there are snoozing and pretty hard, pretty heavily.
And getting a look at them, none of them have a weird amulet around their neck, right? These are just guard giants.
You can give me an investigation check if you like on these giants. But I'm going to also need another stealth check.
No, I'm scared. I'm not gonna risk getting smushed as a lizard by these giants. And I would make that because I keep my intelligence, right? But I would use like the dex of the lizard.
I'd let you use your standard bonus or whatever it is. I mean, you still have pass without trace, so it's plus 10 anyways, right?
All right, this is risky. But, okay, stealth 16 plus 8, 24 plus 10, 34.
How much was that?
34. I rolled 16 plus 8 for 24 plus 3. Or is it 22? No, it's 24. I was right. Plus 10, 34.
So you're this tiny little lizard that has no problem like running up a bedpost, skittering across this sleeping giant's body, has no idea you were ever there. You get a good look at one and the other, kind of just making a good pace because it's a nice heated room. You're kind of a swift, extra swift in this form, And as you're kind of moving about, you do not see anything of particular value on these fire giants. They seem to be slumbering hard after drinking a bunch of ales, and the only thing different you kind of notice about them is that they're in like a sleeping garment. It's like more like a poncho made of different hides and things, but it's like a little bit of pig, almost like quilted, kind of like a poncho thing that they're sleeping in, rather than like in their armor and stuff. And it's like made from different cows, pigs, horses, deer, random different hides from different animals.
Okay, and from the vantage point of up here, can I look around the room and see if there's anything interesting? Not trying to move, just take a look around the room, see if there's anything interesting that we can pick up on the way back.
I mean, with your perception check you already had, you kind of look out over the room, and I mean, there's a lot of crates and barrels, but they're all sealed. So, I mean, that's just kind of what is. It looks like maybe this is a storage room of some kind, but what is exactly in the crates and barrels, you're not sure. They are definitely giant-sized crates and barrels, so they're most of them are taller than you.
All right, I will make my way back to Renwick.
Easily done.
And I will crawl up onto him because I'm pretty sure as a druid you can't even. You can't. Can you talk in wild shape? Seems I was looking it up. It seems that the general consensus is that you make animal noises.
Yeah, I don't think you could talk to maybe another lizard.
I do think there's a feat you can get down the road, but I don't think you get it at just like base level wild shape.
All right, let me know if I see another lizard. Talk to him, see what he means. So I'll crawl up to Renwick and I'll just kind of like, since I have intelligence, I'll try to gesture to him, like shake my head, no, pretend to fall asleep on his hand, and kind of motion that we should keep going.
Well, from what I can gather, you're trying to say that something in that room's sleeping. I'm just gonna take your word for it, but I suppose I'll follow your lead. And he just kind of like sets the lizard back down on the ground and follows it.
Logus Lizard will kind of like turn around and look back at him and try to crawl back up his leg because he doesn't know where to go.
My mistake. I just assumed since you were a lizard, you were going to go off and do lizard things ahead. Well, I suppose you can ride up here, and he'll just like move him up to his shoulder, and then he'll start skulking down the hall a little further. How far from the party are we at this point as we're moving down this hall?
So this light that you guys have encountered in this door to this like storage room area is roughly halfway down the hallway from what the map says. And it's about 100, 120 yards or so from the party where you had left them.
Okay, and as we get up to this light, you said it was suspended on chains. Can I just, like, as we're moving along, I want to be kind of passively looking for traps and anything that might kind of alert anybody of our presence, especially if there's these things, you know, chained to the wall. Like, I don't want to accidentally bump into anything. Like, I think I would be actively kind of staring at all the purposely made like walls and floors as we're moving down.
Okay, yeah. Give me an investigation check as you kind of move down the hallway.
Fuck, that's a 9.
The screaming and the yelling and the smashing of metal and stone and grinding and heat all seem to intensify as you kind of press your way down the hall. But you continue on and go ahead and give me another stealth and perception checks.
This is still Pass Without a Trace, right?
Correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, the whole party had that, right? Because we cast it when we were coming up the mountain.
Is that how that works, or is it like within so many feet of Logus?
I got that's looking up that. We didn't think about that. I think it's only within a certain number.
Like a circumference around our
I think
radius.
I think you had initially cast it on everybody, though, and then we split the party once we got in the cave. If I remember
that was
correctly.
what I thought. Yes.
So the language
Okay, so everybody
is
has it.
for the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you has a 10 plus bonus to stealth checks. It can't be tracked except by magical means. So it doesn't really specify. It says that when I cast it, they have to be within 30 feet of me, but not like stay within 30 feet of me. That makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. So yeah, the whole party still's got a plus 10.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, who still has their ring? We clarified this last time, but I just want to make sure before I go on with this. I know I still have my ring. I think Locris has his.
And that's it.
Oh, it's just the two of us now. Fuck. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I actually used my ring, and we haven't rested since then.
When did you last use your ring? Because we rested since the baby incident.
We rested after the frog hemoth.
Correct.
Yeah, we
First after
slept
the
in
frog hemoth, but we used, or at least I think I used mine, or you used yours. Once you guys got to the other side to let us know that it was safe. I think I messaged you before Dimension Door.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right. I think you mentioned Door Gladier and then reach back to you. So technically, you can still reach back to him.
Okay, yeah. If my ring is still active, then at this point, I would reach back to the party, and he'll inform Locris of what he's gathered. Be like, "There's something sleeping in this room ahead. You guys are still stealthy, so move forward while you can. Maybe if you could bar the door as you walk past, it might behoove us in the future. I don't know if you've got anything that'll do that." and we'll keep moving deeper. I'll keep you posted because I'm pretty sure our rings are active for like 10 minutes
Yes,
when you
10
use
minutes.
them. So like I'm going to use this 10 minutes to continue moving forward and keep informing.
Yeah, well, it's all
So
quiet back here.
I reread, for the sake of being fair, I reread the Pass Without a Trace, and Locris kind of pointed it out to me. It says that a veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your for direction. When you read it like that, that does sound like it needs to be within that veil of shadows and silence that radiates from me. Or are we gonna write it as they're in it, they get to keep it without being near me?
I always thought it was like it kind of radiates around you. So like everyone within of your choosing within 30 feet of you gets it as long as they stay within 30 feet of you. That's how I always thought it, but I mean, I guess it's up to DM discretion what he wants to do.
Yeah, the range is self, so he casts it upon himself, and then it's any creature within that 30 feet. So he could do it, and it's on him for an hour, but for it to work for us, we have to be within range.
Yeah, so you guys would have to go together to get the bonus, is what it sounds like. Yeah.
Otherwise, that would be broken as all fuck.
Yeah.
Ninja spell.
In that case, Renwick would look down at the lizard and just be like, "Why don't you go back and get our friends, and I'll wait for you right here." And he'll gently set the lizard down so that he can go back to the party and bring the non-stealthy people forward.
Logos would just kind of look back at him, flick his tongue a couple of times, and just scurry off into the darkness to get his companions. And from their point of view, they didn't see me wild shape, so they're just gonna see a lizard coming up.
Yeah,
Renwick will, while the ring is still up, he'll just be like, "Oh, by the way, there's a lizard that's super friendly. It's actually Logus. Follow him. He's got a spell. It'll keep you quiet. Just don't ask questions. We don't have time for that."
Locris will look at Glader. There's a lizard. Squash it.
Is it a bad lizard?
No, it's just Logus.
Okay, I'll squash it.
So the lizard will come up, just quietly flicking its tongue and try to climb up Gladier's leg.
As I see him start to, no, I don't want to do anything too loud. Yeah, never mind. Glader will kind of like play, like pretend he's gonna like smack the lizard climbing up his leg, but then like stop just a few inches from it. I was gonna do something else, but I feel like that would make a lot of sound, and I'm not trying to get us all killed by fire giants. All right, Logus. He's gonna like pick him up and like put him on his shoulder. All right, Logus. Just I guess point with your tiny little leg which way we're supposed to go, and we'll meet up with Renwick.
And I'll like stand on Gladier's shoulder and like try to mime like what I saw and what we've been going through, but he can't see in the darkness.
Yeah, I can't see. Yeah. Glader will also put his like kind of blindly reach out and find like either whoever's closest, Locris or Blade, and just kind of grab their shoulder and just hold on.
Okay, as you guys make your way as a party, I won't make you reroll stealth checks just yet, but you do make your way past this illuminated area with a large door bound with iron, black wood, very ominous. But as you guys travel deeper and deeper into this tunnel, into this like shaft, it is increasingly hot, and the sounds coming from up ahead also intensify as you guys start, meet up and kind of continue downward. Um, Go ahead and give me some perception checks.
22 perception for Logan.
6 for Blade.
12.
That's a 9 for me.
Holy shit, this is probably one of my best perception rolls. 17. Glader's not perceptive, but this time he is.
Gladier and Logos, you are definitely able to kind of pick out some kind of the noises up ahead. You're able to kind of isolate them and hear kind of beyond the general noise. You hear a garbling like language, some deep voices, blah, 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 like talking really deeply to one another, but you don't actually understand what language they're speaking. That being said, you hear a crack of a whip and someone cry out to the goddess Yondala. And then another grumble, 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 kind of from this deeper voice, and then like a guttural roar from somewhere up ahead. And as far as you guys can see from here, you have what looks to be the end of this hallway, bathed in a similar red light, little red glowing stones bound together by chains, kind of hanging from the ceiling up ahead. But you'd have to actually roll some stealth checks and new perception checks to get any closer. So you guys are just kind of probably 50, 60 feet down into the darkness of this hallway before it opens up.
Well, that doesn't sound good. Sounds like someone's getting tortured. Do we sneak on by or?
Logus was Logus lizard will start like jumping excitedly on Gladier's shoulder and kind of like jump down to Renwick and kind of motion that we should move a little bit closer.
If I'm not mistaken, boys, our lizard friend here's got a bit of a plan. And he'll just set you down on the ground and let you kind of guide us forward since you've got the aura. But he'll crouch down and follow closely behind you.
So in lizard form, I want to get closer and try to see if I can get eyes on who's being whipped right now.
Okay, give me a new stealth check and a new perception check.
Oof, that's 9 plus 8 for 17 plus 10, 27.
Silent as a shadow.
And you said perception?
Yeah, perception as well.
That's a natural 20 plus 10 for 30. The lizard was very excited.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you have a good a bit of info here. Okay, so as you kind of come into this next hall, the first thing you notice is the heat is overwhelming, and so is the noise. This hall is pretty large. This comparatively to the hallway you've been traveling in. You see immediately two fire giants here. One of them stands kind of with some cages on either side of him, tending to what appears to be like a massive cauldron. It is bubbling, and it's set upon what looks to be like a fissure in the earth that's got, you know, some glowing like magma like rocks underneath. And you know, he's like boiling and bubbling some things. And the other giant in the room stands holding a large chain, and this chain, acting much like a leash, goes out to four separate ogres, and is around their necks is an iron collar. And this giant kind of, you know, yells and bullies these ogres that are all chained up and kind of on its leash. But these ogres, in turn, are kind of keeping watch on what looks to be a straight line of prisoners, slaves, captives. Like a large portion of the, we'll say, westernmost wall is finally where you see, excuse me, you see natural like rock again. Like for the longest time, you kind of just went down that hallway. It was all smooth riveted steel, and like 90% of this room that you're in now is also the smooth riveted steel, except for this one wall. And this wall has, you know, over a dozen slaves working pickaxes in really they're roughed up, they're not in the best conditions. And as these slaves kind of pick at the rocks, others kind of deliver whatever this material is down like a set of tracks that is placed here kind of along this wall. And they deliver this material to some forges that also look to be ran by slaves. And then these slaves kind of hammer out this material, and as they're going about it, you get a good view of everything as you're running around in little lizard form. These slaves seem to be harvesting iron ore and making iron ingots. And every once in a while, one of the giants or one of the ogres will come over and pick up a load and drop it into like a crate or a barrel. And the ogres seem to be in control of the giant, but they're also like crowd control for this line of slaves. They all seem to be chained together themselves. And you notice that one kind of slips and doesn't seem to be able to hammer as fast as the others. And an ogre, wielding rather than their traditional weapon of clubs, they're wielding these two-pronged whips. And the ogre cracks this smaller man in the back, and he cries out and collapses. And then the ogre looks back to the fire giant, who then says something in giant, and the ogre takes off towards the line of prisoners, and the prisoners kind of scatter as best they can, being they're all chained together. And the ogre comes up and just kind of rips this one off the chain, you know, easily breaking an ankle. And kind of looks at this man in one hand, and then runs back to his master and hands the fire giant this human. And the fire giant kind of inspects him, looking at him in his hand for a brief moment. And he says something now to the other giant, and then tosses the body of the man over his shoulder, just discarding it. And as it sails through the air, the other giant manages to catch it and then inspects it as well. And after inspecting it, he rips this man's carcass in half, throws the upper half, head and arms, into this boiling pot in front of him, and then discards the rest into a large metal barrel near him that is just coated with viscera, and you can see within several other appendages of humanoids kind of sticking out of this barrel. And aside from that, it seems to be you have kind of stumbled upon their slave mining operation type of situation. But you do see there's a set of cages in the room for both the ogres and a set of cages in the room for all of the ogres, a set of cages in the room for all of the slaves, and then there are 2 doors on the back wall of this room. One of them is much like the door you passed in the hallway. It's got the black charcoal with the iron bands, and it is closed. And the other door looks to be made completely of iron, and it also looks to be glowing red hot. Like the door itself is emanating heat. And yeah, you are unnoticed as you kind of stumble upon this den of horrors.
Jeez. And this was the only way through, right? It was that room and then continued down this way.
Right. Essentially, it was the whole shoot was just one straight hallway, and then you found that the room you went and explored prior, and then the hallway continued down to this. Like it's just kind of one straight shot. No different entrances or exits.
And the prisoners, are they just like, do I get the sense that they're just common folk or like, are they just peasants and common folk, or is there any of them that look like they can stand a chance?
They all look malnourished. They all look very dirty. None of them are wearing more than rags. Some of them are just completely naked. And they look to be a variety of the humanoid races. Some dwarves, some elves, some humans, a couple halflings, a couple dragonborns, an Aarakocra, and they just look beat to hell.
Um, so there's 2 doors. One is burning hot, and the other you said was just closed.
Yeah, it's closed and it's similar make to the one you passed in the hallway.
And is this just a wide open room, or do I see, like, since I'm already in here, is there even a possible way that our party can sneak around any of this, or is it just an open cavernous room?
So most of the room is actually like the smooth iron, like riveted steel that you had encountered in the hallway. It is only like the leftmost wall in this room that is actually you know what, I'm just gonna send a picture, but yeah, it's the leftmost wall that is has a bunch of slaves working on it and a track and things. So here, let me see if I can't get a good pic for the. Oh well, that one kind of sucks. Hold on. Okay, so that is the map of the room I just kind of described. I put the fire giants kind of in the area that they're looking at, and you are obviously on the most southernest wall. There's like the entry to the hallway. So
Okay, so there's like barrels and stuff, but they seem to be all around the room. Okay. Lizard Logus will make his way back to Renwick and the party. Kind of like shaken and shit out of what he just saw.
Well, judging from your body language there, little friend, I'm assuming there's quite a few foes ahead.
Well, I mean, he is a lizard. It could just be a cat up there. Or a bird.
Oh, that's a fair point.
So when he gets back to the party, he'll drop wild shape and go back to an elf. And yeah, there's slaves in there. There's 2 giants and 4 ogres. Oh, they're ruthless in there. They just ripped the man in half for no reason other than he was tired from working on the iron. These people, these things are monsters.
Well, something tells me that we're not necessarily going to be able to take these things on our own, but if you say there's a bunch of slaves in there and they're doing manual labor, well, that means that they've got tools. And tools can be used for fighting. What are the odds that we could get in there, maybe free the slaves, use them to help fight these ogres and giants?
Free, yes, them fight. I think that might be asking for a bit much. It's possible, but if they're working them to death, who knows if they'll have the strength to even do damage.
I mean, any dogs, it's most dangerous when it's backed into a corner. If you've been enslaved by these things and some people come along trying to free you, that might be the inspiration they need. Either way, these things are going to kill them, but if they go down fighting, they've got a chance of getting free.
So that train track thing on on the left side of the wall, that's where the slaves were at.
Yeah, it might not be super visible on the map at the moment, but I put like a shit ton of figurines up and down that train track, and that kind of represents the slaves. They're all kind of gray though; they all mash in with the background.
Oh, now I see it. Okay. So Logos will.
So
To get
essentially,
them,
in
you
this
have-
room, like the whole left wall when you come in here is actually natural stone that's being worked like an iron ore vein, and then like there are just tons of slaves from like the corner all the way down this like small hallway, and there's a bunch of ogres, kind of like ogre overlords, kind of watching, making sure, maintaining that these guys are continue to work.
So Logos will go back to. It seems unlikely that we would be able to get to them without being noticed. The ogres were over them, whipping them and making sure they were working, and the 2 giants were standing not too far behind. We would have to distract them or just straight up start fighting one of them and hope to get the attention while someone else tries to free them. And when I saw the slaves, were they individually chained, or was it like in the movies where they're all chained by like one long chain or something?
It's one long chain with like that has like an individual chain link for each of like one of their legs. So it's one chain, like from the ankle there's a manacle that connects to like a master chain, and all of these guys are chained to like the master chain.
And I know I was kind of asking a lot because I didn't specify to look for it, but did I see like a padlock or a like key point to where you could potentially unlock that master chain?
That unfortunately would have to be an investigation check. If you'd like to go back in the room and try again.
No, because the investigation I have to get up on it, right?
Correct.
Is
So
the
do I get
fire under the cauldron large, or would it be like a small campfire, just hot?
It's more like a fissure in the earth that kind of has like some molten magma kind of flowing out of, like, every once in a while there's a stream of hot air and fire, but for the most part it's just a hot crack in the floor of this like smooth metal flooring.
So what's the plan, boys? This is our only way through, and it's kind of risky.
Well, perhaps a coordinated strike on the ogres might work out if we're able to take the ones that are holding the reins on those slaves down. Maybe the slaves can rally and help us fight the giants. Or we could try to take one of the giants down before all hell breaks loose. But either way, we gotta use the element of surprise, or I don't think we're getting very far with this.
I was
Well,
actually thinking of a plan. To tell me what you think. I could moonbeam or set off a volley on the giant to the right, and maybe Locris can do your portal thing to get you close to the chain while the ogres are distracted by my moonbeam. That could give you potentially a small window to unlock the chain.
The dimension door is once a day, so unless we plan on camping before trying anything, it's not happening.
well,
I mean, if
Alright.
you're planning on creating a distraction, then I can do my best to make it over to that far side and free as many of those slaves as I can.
I also have something that might be able to get those at least two of the ogres to turn on their giant leaders. I mean, it's feel like it might be able to work. Command them to turn on them. Maybe turn the tide in our favor a little bit.
I could try to charm one. Well, never mind. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think they would be not really, they might be humanoid, but I think they might be considered more monsters. So that might be a little out of your depth at this point.
Maybe a polymorph?
Now, there's an idea.
That
I'd say
could
if you're
at
gonna
least take out one giant.
I'd say if you're gonna polymorph, you pick one of those big fuckers.
Oh, and I actually don't think I can do this. I was thinking I could
You can do
and
anything you set your mind to, Gladiator. Don't say that.
no, but the spell will only work if they're able to understand the language I'm speaking, and I'm not quite sure how many ogres there are that speak common.
Oh, so now your race is against ogres being able to speak more than one language, huh?
I'm okay. You know what?
Wow.
I think it is a safe assumption that they don't speak common. They probably just speak. I mean,
Speak what? Speak what, Gladiator?
I mean, they at least speak giant because the giant was giving them orders. You said.
So
I think the giant
the-
was talking to the other giant.
I mean, I can give it a shot. See if I can get two of them to turn.
If you're not confident, I wouldn't waste the spell, but I think just standing here talking things out will eventually lead to one of them hearing us or something.
I could do a small distraction, but I don't think I'd get all six in one spot.
Okay, how about this? I set off Moonbeam on the giant to the right. That distracts everyone. Renwick may give you an opportunity to try to sneak past, and the rest of us just go in on this one giant, try to take it out. Wow. Renwick tries to sneak around. I think that's our best bet.
All right, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, fine by me. Let's get on with it, boys.
Concentration up to 1. Yeah, before we go, let's attack roll or save throw. Yeah, let me cast Bless on this real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna take 1 minute and cast Bless at 2nd level so I can target 4 creatures. So that is, I'm just gonna cast it on everyone else. Blade, Logus, Locris, and Renwick. For the next minute, as long as I have concentration, you guys add a d4 to attack throws or saving throws.
That means let's go.
And that's the plan. Like we're I mean, I would wait to do it until we're like ready to like just about to run in there.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
one more thing before we go. Do any of you think it's possible that since the Giants are smarter, try to distract them down the hallway and get them out of the room? Does that seem plausible?
It might also attract the attention of other giants that are sleeping in other parts of the building. If we can keep it to the noisiest spot, they might not notice, and we could get this done without friends coming to join the party.
No, I didn't even think about that. Makes sense. All right, Logus. Well, you boys ready?
Any prep besides Gladier's spell you guys need to do before running in here?
If I can
I
Yeah, I don't
apply a
like that.
vial.
Let me double check now. Well, I didn't even need to prep anything. I don't think I've ever prepped anything.
I would, as we're walking in, I want to douse 3 bolts with a vial of acid.
Nice.
and Locris would activate the venom on his weapon.
I'm sorry, not acid, poison. Just for clarification.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to wait. Sorry, I'm sorry. 1 second. How many times can I do channel divinity a day? As many times as I want. Yeah, I can channel divinity. I can do as many times as I want in a day, right? Unless it says otherwise.
No, I think
It's under your bonus
once.
actions. It'll
Yeah.
be once or twice, depending on your level.
Yeah, depending on your ability modifier and level, you should have, probably 2 or 3 at this level.
Oh, I get 1 per short rest. That's right. There it is. Yeah, I was looking in the wrong spot. Then never mind. I'm just gonna do the bless. So I'm ready.
Okay, as you guys
with
kind of get ready and stuff, tell me what's your strategy from here. Currently, you're at a safe distance, 40, maybe 50 feet down this hallway, kind of shrouded by darkness. How does the party think they want to start this off?
I don't like how you're giggling. Sean makes me nervous.
I just like to try to kill you guys so much. I think about it a lot.
Sorry, actually, I do have one thing I want to do before we go in. Girdle scales. I'm going to change my dragonborn color to whatever is cold damage. I think blue. No, blue is lightning. Crap, what
White?
is-
White, I think, is
yeah,
cold damage.
white. Yeah. So I'll go white. Do cold damage.
Alrighty then. So
How far away are we from these giants and stuff?
I would say you're like 40, maybe 50 feet down the hall, and you can just kind of peer into the room. You don't have the best visual, but occasionally one of the fire giants will walk by, or one of the ogres will walk by, like the main entry area. But for the most part, you guys are kind of, you probably got half an hour or so left on that spell. And you guys are just kind of conglomerating in the darkness of this hallway looking forth. So you guys tell me how you want to proceed here.
I think to kick it off, I think I'm gonna just moonbeam, try to get a surprise round on that giant to the right, and
So what's the range on Moonbeam? Do you have to have like line of sight?
it's 100 and something feet. Let me pull it up. It's
think it's
pretty.
one.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Moonbeam's
Yeah,
got a
100.
really good range.
And as he sets Moonbeam off, Renwick will take off, trying to like stealthily run along that western wall so that he can start trying to get to the slaves to pick locks.
Gladiator's going to toss a javelin at the giant that Logus moonbeams.
Yeah, if I gotta stealth up, I'm trying to set this off before he notices it, or before like in game terms, set off initiative. I want to get this off if possible.
Oh yeah, you guys with your combined with your massive stealth checks, you guys are for sure getting a surprise round. So essentially, you'll all get like one action.
Yeah, I'm going to toss that javelin the moment he does moonbeam. So
Okay. All right. I guess. So let's see here. Do you do need line of sight then for Moonbeam there, Logos?
Sorry, on the cringe. It just says on a point, a silver beam of pale light shines down 5 foot radius, 40 feet high cylinder centered on a point within range until the spell ends. Dim light fills the cylinder. Doesn't, I mean, it just says on a point within range. I mean, yeah, it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't specify that I have to see it.
All right. Yeah. Then we're good.
But if you need me to, it kind of doesn't make sense that I can just drop something if I can't see it, unless I like memorize it from when I went in there and saw. However you want to roll it.
Okay. I think I figured this out. So, we'll say. Let's see. I think this is best explained with a pick. So I'm going to use the. You guys are. I just extended the hallway of the map essentially, so we can kind of see where everybody is, and you tell me what you're going from here. Okay, so you'll have to ignore the storage room on the secondary map, but the hallway still exists where it is. So that's kind of where you are, Logus. You tell me what you want to do.
I'll move up just a little bit, so I can get eyes on that one on the right. Drop a moonbeam down on him at 3rd level.
Okay, and what do you need from me?
Hold on. It's gonna be a con save, which I should have said, but I imagine these have beefy cons. But It's a con 15 save. They take damage either way.
Okay, let me see here. I'm looking at a 9 on the dice, but let me double check the ogre's thing real quick. Hold on, sorry. I should have that ready. That is. Nope, that's a whopping 12.
They get a plus 12 or a plus 3.
No, it's 12 total.
He was going for the giant, not the ogre.
Yeah, I was about to say the fire giant to the right.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you. That being the case, yeah, for sure. 19, I believe.
They got a plus 10 to con.
Con save specifically, yeah.
Should have thought of that. All right. Well, he takes damage either way.
All right, roll out some damage for me.
And looking at it, it looks like I could see the fire giant on the left from where I'm at.
That's a 16 damage for 8 total health.
Okay, 16 damage, and yeah, Locris, you could definitely see the fire giant on the left.
Then I'm going to cast Phantasmal Killer on the fire giant on the left, which is going to be a wisdom save.
And just so the group is aware, Moonbeam's a con centric, so passive on base drop.
Okay, wisdom saving throw coming up. It's only +2, but it is 16 on the die, becomes 18.
God damn, you'd never roll low on my spells.
Sorry, man. It will work one day.
Let's go time.
Okay, so that being said, Gladier throws a spear or a javelin. Go ahead and make an attack roll for me, Gladier.
I rolled a little prematurely, kind of like as he was doing the moonbeam, but I rolled a natural 20 to start.
All right.
Oh, that double javelin damage.
All right, yeah. Crit it up.
All right, so 1d6 plus 4. It's 5 plus 4, double to 18. 18 piercing damage.
All right, yeah. The javelin lands true. This guy's like stirring the cauldron, stuffing the half a body he just threw in there, and you just bury the javelin right in his shoulder. Wasn't even paying attention. Renwick, what do you want to do in this situation?
He's going to try to make his way over to the slaves. Because he's a small creature and can pass through the squares of medium creatures, is there any way that he could, like, you said these are giant barrels and everything, is there any way he could try to, like, maybe use those as cover to try to sneak around?
I'll say give me either an athletics or an acrobatics check to kind of pull off, bobbing and weaving and kind of diving amongst these crates and barrels.
All right, that's fair. We're blessed too, right?
That's only saving throws and attack throws.
Oh, damn, I thought it was skill checks too. All right, no worries. That is a 17 acrobatics.
Yeah, you pull it off. You kind of maneuver your way through these crates and barrels, kind of as far as you know. Go ahead and give me like a stealth check to accompany that.
Just throwing it out there, would he be able to get that like with advantage since that moonbeam just came down and just trying to distract everyone that's did something so grand and like that's like kind of taking the attention of everyone?
We'll say like all this is kind of happening at the same time. So your moonbeam effect hasn't quite taken hold. It's just about to as this round kind of cracks off. But because of where you had to be to cast moonbeam, do you still have a pass without a trace up, or is that burnt?
Well, if I cast Moonbeam already in this moment, then pass without a trace. It depends what happened first. So if he goes before, or if I already dropped it, then pass without a trace would drop because Moonbeam is a concentration spell, so it's pass without a trace. But if he took off before I cast it, it just depends.
Well, we'll say it's all happening simultaneously, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. You can use the pass without a trace for the stealth check, Renwick.
Okay. That is a 37.
Like you needed it. Okay, yeah. You stealthily make your way through these crates and barrels over to these, slave. It looks to be a dwarf and man. And the first slave you come upon is a dwarf chained at the ankle to this like master chain who seems to be taking like the raw ore and smashing it, getting all the unwanted material off of it, kind of like refining the ore.
And he'll just, as he like makes his way over, he'll kind of whisper and just be like, "Listen, I'm gonna do my best to get out of here. All you need to do right now is just keep pretending to be working." And he's just gonna try to like very subtly start working on these locks without drawing attention, as like everything's about to crack off.
Okay, Renwick, give me a persuasion check.
23.
He just he gives you a stern eyeball for a second, and then doesn't seem to miss a beat. He kind of looks towards you and extends his leg in such a way that maybe it'll be a bit easier for you to like pick the lock. But there is a lock on this guy's like ankle.
And to pick the lock, I assume it would be sleight of hand, and I have thieves' tools and proficiency, so it'd be sleight of hand plus proficiency, yeah?
Correct.
Heard. That's a 16.
Unfortunately, it is not quite enough. As you fiddle with the lock and fiddle with the lock a bit more, it doesn't quite give. You get maybe one of the tumblers, but not quite enough to unlock it. All right, moving on down.
Sorry for the stage fright.
Locris, or no, Blade.
So kind of as we're running in, I would imagine I'm going to kind of stare at this giant here on the right hand side in front of the cauldron, and I'm going to just going to kind of yell out at him as we're running in, and just being like, "How's that stew tasting, you piece of filth?" And then with some vicious mockery.
Okay, what do you need from me again?
Wisdom saving throw.
I'm looking at a 2 on the die, so I'm like a whopping 4.
Close. So yeah, he's got disadvantage on his next attack, and he takes 2d4 psychic damage. So 1, lowest possible. He takes 2 points of psychic damage.
Every little bit counts. And you said disadvantage on his next attack?
Yep, you got it.
I'd like to think that it's like only 2 because he didn't understand you.
All right. So, that being all of you, everybody go ahead and roll me some initiative.
Fuck yeah, dude. I found my dice and I rolled a 17 plus 8. They're hot dice today.
Well,
It's actually
I
plus 9.
almost got the opposite end of the roll of nat 20 for my attack, and then a 4 for initiative. Well, plus 1, so 5.
19 for Blade.
Can't win them all.
23 for Renwick.
Oh, damn. 26 for Logos, 23 for Renwick.
Of course, the tanky boy down at the bottom rolls the lowest.
That's where you want the tank, right? Going last?
No, I need you to get out in front of them before they come beat me.
Okay, with that, Logos, you are first.
So do we want to like put it out now? Do they take the damage at the top of my turn or their turn for Moonbeam?
What's the language of the spell? Is it their turn or your turn? I forget.
It is their turn. When a creature enters a spell for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it is engulfed in the. And also, it's radiant damage if that means anything to these things.
Okay.
Logus is gonna move to where he can see that giant that's Moonbeam. He's gonna pop off 3 shots at it.
Okay, you move just to the entryway, not quite into the room, and you loose some shots. Go ahead and make some attack rolls.
Okay. First one is 17 to hit.
Sorry, bud. As you let the arrow fly, it's not that it doesn't hit; it just ricochets off of this, like, really finely crafted giant's armor.
The second one is a natural 20.
That one finds its mark.
The third is a dirty 20.
So does that. So two of the three. Well, one hit and one crit.
Okay, so I'll roll in chat because I don't have my D8s out. Great. That's 13 points of damage on the crit. And wow, 8 points of damage on the second attack. So 21 points total from my 3 hits.
As one arrow kind of twangs off, the other two find their mark. You know, it's got like wide gaps in the armor around the neck and the arms. You drill it home, and yeah, he definitely knows you're there now. You only had to move about 10 feet to do that. So, anything else? I'm going to say no by your lack of response.
Oh no, sorry, I was muted. I'm gonna move behind Gladier.
Okay, yeah.
I get on like a 10-foot berth in case that like 10, 15 feet back in case that giant comes rumbling in here.
Okay, for sure.
Gladier, party might be coming to you. Sorry, buddy.
Moving on down, we are looking at Renwick. You are up. You are kind of over in the corner, fiddling with this lock at the moment, and the dwarf kind of just pounding away. You notice that the ogre kind of overlord as just not currently paying attention to your situation.
Yeah, since he hasn't currently seen me, he's gonna look up after fidgeting with the lock at this guy that he was trying to free and just be like, well, I'm sorry, this didn't go as planned. I'll be back. And he'll turn around and just draw his rapier and his dagger, or sorry, his rapier and his hand crossbow, and he'll move up on what looks to be Ogre 1, whatever Ogre is closest to him that's not paying attention. And he's just going to drop a couple of attacks on him.
Very nice. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
Now this applies Bless, correct? Attack rolls and saving throws?
Oh shit! I forgot about Bless.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Sorry, I should have reminded you. Yeah, it's a D4 to all attack rolls and saving throws.
Sick. Alright, sweet. So first attack with the rapier. That's going to be a 29 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Alright, so that's a D8. Oh shit, off the table. I just lost my D8. Let me drop that in chat. I'm gonna find that later.
Sean, would you
so
allow
that-
me to retcon that 17 and roll a d4 see if I hit?
You only have to roll a 1 to hit, so go ahead and throw down some damage for me real quick.
Like we need everything right now.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
agree. That's why I'm
Two
letting you go
giants
for
and
it.
4 ogres. That first one was 13 damage and sneak attack on top of that because I'm flying solo. So that's 15, 13, 28 points of damage with the rapier. And the hand crossbow shot's going to be a 24 to hit. I'm assuming that hits.
Oh, for sure.
And a d6 plus 6, an additional 8 points of damage with the hand crossbow. It's magical if that matters.
Add another 9 points to that 21, so 30 points of damage total from my.
Okay, yeah. So, Renwick, you kind of just leap in and carve into this unsuspecting ogre. You know, your rapier strikes true, and so does your bolt. You know, and this after just a quick slash, you've already taken this giant ogre's 10-foot beast down to like one knee.
And I imagine if he drops to one knee, Renwick will just look at him like eye to eye and just be like, I'll be needing that bolt back later, if you don't mind. And just give him a nice wink. But he's going to stay where he's at.
Okay, moving on down is Blade.
Okay. I think Blade is going to move on up. Now, tell me if I can do this. Is there a way? I was trying to count the squares here, but is there a way that I can get within 30 feet of the ogre on the left-hand side? I'm sorry, the fire giant, ogre 2, and ogre 1, and fire giant on the right. Basically, those 4. Is there a way I can center myself to hit those guys, or have them all be within 30 feet? Or is that too much of a stretch?
30 feet of you, correct?
Correct. It would be close. I don't know if I could.
Okay, so I think I've got 1, 2, let's see. You'll be within 10 feet of that giant, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You'll just barely be within 30 feet of like the other giants. 10 feet or so, 15 or so with the first ogre. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, you could get you. Okay, so I have positioned you to where you could hit the ogre 1, ogre 2, and both giants.
Okay, perfect. So Blade is going to pull out his kind of newly acquired concertina and just kind of open it up and just with a kind of a wailing, just and you just hear this giant like bang happen, and I'm going to be casting Bane on this lot.
Oh, snap. So what do you need from me for Bane?
Bane, I should fucking know this by now. A charisma saving throw. And just to be clear, I'm casting that at the third level, so I can get that extra target.
Oh, wow. Didn't roll above an 11 for any of them. So the whole lot fail.
Okay, so whenever that target fails an attack, whenever that target, oh my god, I can't fucking read. Whenever a target that fails this saving throw makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, they must subtract a d4 from it.
All right, then.
And I think I'm going to go ahead and once again, kind of as I hold the concertina, I'm going to kind of compress it again, just kind of give a and send a little bit of inspiration over to Gladier.
All right. And Gladier, you get some inspiration. Remember to write that down. So, next up will be the fire giant actually holding the chained ogres as if they were dogs. This fire giant slaver doesn't really have to go far or do much, but he does bark out a command, and you notice, like much like trained dogs, all of the ogres like eyes snap at once over to the entrance, and not only the entrance where kind of Gladier is standing, but also to Blade, who has entered the room. And with that, he will take a couple steps forward towards Blade. And let's see here. All right, so this is going to be 17 to hit. Does the 17 hit, Blade?
17 is the magic number.
And an 18 to follow it as well. So this thing crashes down on you. But luckily for you, its hands are full of leashes, so they are just bludgeoning attacks coming at you from this skilled, swift foot, and a keen punch come flying at you from this fire giant. You take a total of 21 points of bludgeoning damage as this thing just gives you a good kick to the chest, and then a massive fist larger than the size of your head just kind of collides into you, gives you a good haymaker.
Okay, perfect. And let me just do my concentration check. So remind me.
So I would roll Bane on these, but it's like obnoxious to hit. But I think I actually did that wrong because of your Bane. So one was like 17 to hit on the money. With your Bane, you're being so one of those wouldn't actually hit. So we'll half that damage to like 11. The other one was still like 29 to hit. Even with the maximum Bane, it would have hit.
Gotcha. Okay.
So sorry, my bad on that.
Oh no, it's all good. So total damage is Oh,
Yeah, 11. A punch and a kick come at you, and one misses, one connects, knocks the wind out of you. This big meaty like paw just kind of bashes into you.
okay, perfect. And I'm sorry. Like, how do I'm trying to remember concentration, how that works. So do I just have to meet a DC of like, is it 15 or?
It's half the damage or 10, I believe. Correct, guys? Back me up on that.
It's a Constitution saving throw for each attack, and then it's minimum 10 or half the damage if it would be over 10.
Yep.
So for the 11, it's 10, and then for the second one, it's half of that or 10. I forget what you said the damage was.
We retconned a hit because of his bane, so only one hit. So yeah, you just got to pass a 10.
And don't you have advantage because you're a warcaster?
Yeah, I have advantage on it. So first one is going to be, okay, 19 on that first one. So I get that. And the second one that'd be a dirty 20 on the first roll. So
Good to go.
okay, very good.
Next is the giant. The cook. We'll call him the cook. He not very stoked about this whole situation. Comes lumbering forth as well. Let's see here. Sorry, fuck. I was mic'd out the whole time for that. So
You're good. I was starting to wonder if it was me.
no, sorry, my bad. Okay, so this the cook lumbers forth, tosses the ladle to the side, grabs the blade sitting against the wall, and runs towards the main entry of the chamber. Gladier, I assume a 27 hits.
Yep, that hits.
Okay, I'm gonna also assume that 26 hits.
Yeah.
Okay, even if I max Bane's those and removed 4 from each, I'm still pretty sure they would hit, correct?
Yeah, my AC's 21 right now.
Okay, so I'm keeping it honest. I rolled with disadvantage and actually rolled higher, so so close, cutting words, so close.
Next time.
That being said, a couple of blade attacks come strike down at you, Gladier, and I'm just gonna roll this in chat because it's too many dice for me to roll. So. Let's see here. Sorry, dudes. Here we go. Boosh! 26 damage for the first hit.
Is it slashing?
Slashing damage, correct.
I have resistance with my cloak. Holy shit.
And 35 with the second. Just crashing down this massive metal blade. And it is not only, twice the size of you, Gladier, but as it crashes down on you in this hot, sweaty environment, looks like seem to be some glowing runes on this blades of this cook.
Okay, thank God I have resistance because that would be over half of my health. So the first one was 26, half to 13. And second one, 35, half to 17.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, so 30. Jesus, 30 damage. Yeesh. All right. Cool.
Moving on down. Let's see. After the cook comes Locris. You're up. What do you do from here?
All right. Go back to that last map. All right, so I'm still away from melee range.
Correct. You're
guessing.
about 15 feet away, but this thing does have a 10-foot reach, so you're not too safe.
Well, I'm going to back up 30 feet. And then I am going to try and Phantasmal Killer this one. So Wisdom save DC 16.
Okay, wisdom save. DC 16. Fuck, dude. Dirty 20, bud. Oh, I'm sorry. I roll
and he's
excellent
not-
against you.
well, You do. That's what gets frustrating. That's why I don't play spellcasters.
I'll throw the next one in chat just so Avery can weigh her 2 cents.
Does
Oh no,
Bane
because then it's a natural 20.
wait? Does Bane take away from that saving throw for?
It would, but even at a 4, he'd still be at my DC. So
Oh, okay.
in that case, I'm going to just out.
some
I got
more,
nothing else I could do.
some more arcane words, and you mutter and make the motions. Just seems something in this environment, maybe the heat, maybe something you're not calculating. You're not sure, but the giant seems to shake it off. Moving on down from that is actually the ogres. So, I'm gonna make a couple perception checks. Nobody sees you there, Renwick. You're nice and ghosted. But the ogre one, ogre one is actually fucking blasted. I forgot about that. Ogre one kind of turns to you, Renwick, very upset, very bloodied, drops the whip and tries to grapple you.
Hey Sean, I forgot that Cook. He started in the moonbeam. He would have took damage.
Oh, okay. Roll that damage out for me on the side real quick. Renwick, can you give me an athletics or acrobatics check?
I most certainly can. Let's see. Go on
That's 26
acrobatics.
damage.
Ooh, 27. Natty 16.
Oh man, I rolled good too. I had a 21, but you beat me. So as this thing just kind of lumbers forth, it doesn't even get up off its knees. It just kind of starts grasping at you, and you're quickly dodging, bobbing and weaving to get around this thing from palming you entirely, but to no avail. The next ogre in the line kind of obeys its master's orders and marches. Ogre 2 makes its way over to Blade and says, clear as day in common, "Bad slave," and cracks this massive two-pronged whip at him. We're looking at a 15 to hit.
That does miss, thankfully.
So this whip just kind of cracks at your feet.
I'll start dancing though.
The other ogres kind of break the line and make their way in to the room proper, kind of away from this line of slaves they were watching, but don't actually get close enough to anyone to do any real damage, just come in threatening and cracking their whips. So moving on down from the ogres, bringing up the bottom of the round, Gladier, you're up.
Holy shit! It's my turn. All right. So I got the cook giant right in front of me, right?
Correct.
So he's been hit by the moonbeam and my jab. I'm just gonna wail into him, I think. I mean, I got a clear path.
26
Into the
damage,
rim.
right, Logus, from that last moonbeam?
Yes. On the DC 15 con save.
All right.
Natural 1. You actually slid by, even though I got a plus 10 on that shit.
Yeah, so
Right.
full 26 radiant.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna do both attacks.
All right, give me some attack rolls for sure.
Hopefully these hit. Oh no. Well, the first roll I'm sure misses. That was a 10.
Yeah, 10 misses.
Wait, I have inspiration.
Oh, you do have inspiration.
Oh, roll high, come on.
Are you also blessed, or did you include bless on that 10?
I didn't give myself the bless. I gave it to everyone else. I could only target
Respect.
4. But that's a 17 with inspiration.
Still misses, unfortunately.
All
Kind
right.
of clings off the armor.
All right, second attack. That's slightly better. That's an 18.
That's the magic number.
Oh, okay. At least I got one in. Okay, I'm gonna pump some divine smite into this. Yeah, I'll do one first level spell slot for divine smite, so that's an extra 1d8. I think. Yeah, no, 2d8 extra radiant damage. It's 1d8 every spell slot over first. Okay. So for slashing damage, that is 6 slashing and 13 radiant damage, 19 total. Bonus action. I have a healing word. I'm gonna bonus action healing word blade. Sorry, my brain went blank for a second. Bonus action healing word first level blade. That's my turn.
All right, roll that out for Blade.
That's a 1d4 plus 1. 3 points of healing, Blade.
Woo! Thank you.
Alright, yeah, it's my turn.
All right, back to the top of the round. Logos, you are up.
Sucked.
I'm gonna do what I do best, and I'm just gonna fire off 2 shots at this over here.
All right, a fire giant, right?
Yeah, fire giant, my bad.
Okay, go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls.
And since things are getting a little hairy, I'm gonna just use my last wild shape to enter my starry form of the archer, and so the constellation starts. You see like little stars on like my joints from like my elbows, my shoulders to my forehead, knees, all the way down, and I start glowing, and you see like lines connecting them as if I was a constellation in the sky, and I get to fire an extra attack as a bonus action with that. So first attack is a 24 to hit.
Oh, hits.
Second attack is a 21 to hit.
Nice. Both hit for sure.
And I'm gonna throw my bonus action. That's a 25 to hit.
That one
I'm rolling
misses.
all
No, I'm
this.
just kidding. I'll hit.
I'm rolling all this in D&D Beyond because it's too dark for me to see. So first hit is 10 points on the first one. Second is 8 points, so 18. And the last one, which is full radiant damage from the starry form, is 9 points. So 27 points of damage total.
You just bury these arrows deep, and it's not even that you found a chink in the armor. It's that you have possessed such power and skill in your shot that you drive one straight through the metal, not even needing a chink. And this guy gurgles and gargles, says something in giant, but a bunch of blood just kind of spills out of his mouth, like he's hurt.
And I'm reading. I don't think the starry form requires concentration. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about concentration on it since it's like a wild shape. So technically Moonbeam is still up, but I used all my actions for attack. So Moonbeam is just like they're on that point where the cook was, but
Kind of frying by the cauldron area.
yeah. So I'm gonna stay put behind Gladier. That's my turn.
Okay, moving on down. Renwick, you're up. You're kind of bobbing and weaving as this ogre is trying to get his giant greasy mitts on you, but to no avail. What do you do?
Well, I guess there's only one move here, so he's. I think I'm just gonna try to end this guy right in front of me. I don't think I have a spell that applies here. Oh, okay. No, I want to say that. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna lash out with the rapier and try to finish off this first ogre that I almost dropped. That's a natty 17 plus 9 plus bless, so I'm gonna go with definite hit there.
Oh, for sure.
And that's gonna be in 11 points of damage. And technically, so I can elect to apply sneak attack damage. It doesn't automatically apply itself. Would I have killed this guy with this rapier hit?
Well, if
Does that peel it back the curtain too much? I'm trying to get.
No. I mean, can you do that like so many times a day, or what? How does that?
Once per turn, you can deal damage. Once per turn, you can deal an extra 46 damage to one creature you hit with an attack with a finesse or ranged weapon.
I'd say it's real probable that if you apply that damage, you finish this guy.
Oh, fair. I was going to see if I could save it, but no worries. I'm going to roll sneak attack on that then, just to finish him off. That was 11 plus an additional... Oh, shit. 12, 17, 20, so 31 points of damage on that first hit.
Oh, yeah. How do you want to do this?
I think if that guy tried to reach out at me and I'm kind of bobbing and weaving, I think I would just reach out with the rapier and kind of drive it up under his chin through his skull, and then as he drops down, I'll just be like, I said I'd be needing that, and grab my bolt and pull it out of him.
Nice.
And I'll add that back into my crossbow and shoot it at my hand crossbow. I'm gonna fire it at the giant that's blocking the hallway.
Okay, yeah. Give me an attack roll.
That is a 69, 25 to hit.
Damn.
And I need a
that'll do
10
it.
con save, by the way, because I have 3 poison bolts. I just forgot to tell you.
Con save
So.
coming up. It is a 17.
Yeah, you pass, no worries. That is an additional 8 damage with the hand crossbow. Magical if it matters.
All right.
And
looks good.
let's see. I think I'm actually going to stay where I'm at right now.
Okay. Moving on down from Renwick, it is Blade. You're up.
Okay, so it looks like I'm in melee range of a couple dudes here. So Blade is going to use this opportunity to. Do I have enough room to kind of squeak by if I were to try to go back down the hallway to get by that giant? Or actually, I can probably go underneath him.
So in the time that this last round has happened, Ogre 2 has also moved up to you. So you could, there is room, you could potentially make it through, but you're definitely going to have like an attack of opportunity situation, maybe even 2, considering the giant.
Okay. So Blade is going to go ahead and use do a bonus action to Misty Step out from where I am.
Okay, great. Back into the hallway, or?
Yeah, I kind of want to get into the hallway. I'd imagine I'd probably pop out near Gladier, somewhere around there.
So what's the range on Misty Step? 30 feet, something like that?
30 feet, yeah.
You pop up like right next to Gladier.
And then, so doing that, if I were to move from here, would I incur from the giant there?
No, Misty Step negates all the area of effect, or I mean, opportunity attacks that would have came at you.
All right. So I'm going to kind of, you see like a silvery mist just kind of, Blade disappears and he pops right next to Gladier. And he's got, his concertina still, and he's looking back up at this, not ogre, giant. And he's just like, still hungry, fatty. Go ahead and get some more of your stew. And I'm going to throw some vicious mockery at him again.
All right, yeah. Charisma save or wisdom save?
Wisdom.
That's gonna be a 17.
That fails. Thankfully, with my new concertina.
All right, so I think that's anything else there, Blade.
And if I can, if it's not going to incur, I'm going to move back. Probably just use my normal movement, maybe like 15 feet.
So this thing has a reach of 10 feet. You can take a step back if you want, but if you go any farther than that, it will get an attack of opportunity.
Okay, I'll do the step back and hold it there.
Okay, great. Moving on down to the slaver giant, and let's see here. He lumbers forth. Well, Renwick's kind of in the room alone, so that's where he's headed. But I believe I have to make these attack rolls with disadvantage.
Disadvantage, and if I'm not mistaken, Bane as well.
Yes, on ogres, I think 3 and 4, whatever the bottom ones were.
Okay, so the first fire giant moves forward. He brings his mighty blade, or draws his blade rather, dropping the chains to the ogres. Steps forward up to Renwick. The first attack is a 14 to hit. I don't imagine that hits.
That does not.
And And all right, the second attack. Let's see. We got a 5 on the dice and a 19. So 5 plus the 11, 16 to hit.
That also misses.
So this fire giant comes crashing down around Renwick, just kind of blasting all of like the workplace around you. By missing you, he's just toppling these anvils and barrels and crates, just kind of smashing everything in your general vicinity, except for you, luckily enough. That being said, it is now the cook who is looking worse for wear. Brings the sword down upon Gladir one more time with a whopping 14 to hit.
Yeah, misses.
The second, however, natural 20, my friend.
Oh, yay.
I'll use my reaction to cancel the crit.
You got a crit canceling power?
No, I just wanted to give him a little hope.
I didn't think so.
I was just sitting here wondering if it was the one that got vicious mockery. Like, what can we do to help?
So I'm going to double the dice, so it becomes 46 points of slashing damage. No, 46 plus the modifier, so an additional 7. So it becomes 53 total points of slashing damage.
And that's half to 26 because I have slashing resistance.
Okay, yeah. As this massive sword just crashes into you once again.
Still a lot.
So just a question. So like if I like even if I use like cutting words on a nat 20, it still hits, right?
Yeah, a nat 20 is auto hit.
Okay,
Even with like if you only have a +1 modifier and it has like a 23 armor class, well, even though you have only a +1, a natural 20 would still hit. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Okay, that's kind of what I figured.
All right, so let's see here. Moving on down from the cook, we're looking at Locris. You were kind of at the end of the hallway here. A couple of arcane words and seemed to fizzle and sizzle out. Didn't quite work out the last time. What do you do from here?
All right, so kind of frustrated. Locris is going to step up so he's within 30 feet of the fire giant. Cast Hexblade's curse on it.
Okay.
Step back with his remaining feet. And then throw two Eldritch. Oh yeah, throw two Eldritch blasts at him.
Alrighty, give me a couple of attack rolls.
That is a +8. So dirty 20 on the first one
Hits.
and an 18 on the second.
Also hits.
All right. Back up. I forgot to pull up my Hexblade's curse. So I can remember everything it does. All right. So that's 6 plus my charisma, 5, so 11, plus my proficiency, which is now a 3, so 14 on the first one. And 8 plus 5 is 13, plus 3, 16 on the second, so a total of 30 damage.
As your this blast of shadowy energy just crashes into this guy, he staggers back and takes a knee. It looks like he almost falls to the ground. Like he's supporting himself with his sword at this point, and he's breathing heavily, kind of like looking back into the room towards his allies, hoping that he's getting some backup soon. But he's barely hanging on. He looks like he's on death's door.
And Locris will just use the free action to yell at him. That's what you get for being smart for a minute, fucker. And that'll end my turn.
All right, moving on down. It's the ogres. So, one is going to move in and make an attack on Renwick with disadvantage. So we're looking at a whopping 12 to hit.
That'll be a miss.
So it just cracks this whip at your feet and roars mightily, but doesn't essentially do anything. Ogre 3 comes marching down the way. Similar attack coming at Renwick. We got a 9 and 11, so the 9 becomes a 15 to hit.
Still a miss.
A second ogre shows up and cracks a whip at your feet. And the other ogre just kind of positions himself kind of behind the giant, blocking the doorway. And then with that, moving on down to the bottom of the round, Gladier, you're up.
Alrighty. Said that the giant in front of me is looking kind of rough.
Yeah, he after Locris's Eldritch Blast, he's on one knee. He's breathing heavily. Lots of blood seems to be pouring out of his mouth. He's in rough shape.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take a swing at him. See if I can end it. That is a. Where's my thing? It's gonna miss. It's a 5 on the die plus 8. Jesus. Oh shit. Second attack. That's barely better. Fucking, they both miss. Christ. Well, fuck. I don't think I have a lot of bonus actions. Um, I'm gonna cast. Actually, I do have one. I'm gonna cast Sanctuary at the first level on Renwick. Oh wait, is he within 30 feet of me? I might not be able to do that. I don't think I can even see him.
Renwick is just out of range, unfortunately. He's about 40 feet away.
Oh, yeah, then never mind. I got nothing. Oh shit.
Couple of strikes just clang off this well-made armor. Even though he's looking rough, he still has a bit of speed and swagger you weren't expecting, and kind of deflects your blows.
Okay. Yeah, that's my turn. I'm just gonna stay there.
Moving on up to the top of the round, Logos, you are up.
The giant in front of us is still alive.
Barely, but yes.
Yeah, I'll fire off one shot at him, see if that does the trick. 30 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
12 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
I like to run at him as I'm running past Gladier, and come on, Gladier, time to join the fight with Renwick. And as I'm running, I'll let an arrow loose in his throat, and as he's stumbling down to his knees, I'm gonna slide underneath him and try to help Renwick wherever he's at.
Okay, so as you run forward towards this giant and you blast him in the throat with your one attack, go ahead and give me an acrobatics check to kind of make your way through this guy's legs real quick.
That's wow, man. Even on D&D Beyond, dude, dice are so hot today. Natural 20 for 25.
Nice. You tumble into a nice roll, and the giant kind of collapses around you. However, you realize immediately standing right behind that giant was, in fact, an ogre, whip in hand. Just kind of who roars at you as you stand up.
Well, damn. Am I like behind the ogre on the other side?
You
am
going
I-
through the giant's legs. You're now, within, basically melee with an ogre on the other side.
Logan, so like, so how much? I only use like, what, about 15, 20 feet of movement?
Oh no! It took most of your movement to go down the hallway, past Gladier, and then into the room on the other side of the giant. Like that got you
Yeah.
for about 40 feet, I think.
Damn. Shit. Well, I didn't think that through. Right. And I already used my attack. I already used my action. And shooting at with your bow at close range is disadvantage.
Correct.
Well, I'm stupid. I can't really do nothing. Could I use my bonus action? What did we say last time with Moonbeam? If I was moving it far, it was an action, or if it was just a couple spaces, it's a bonus action.
I think it says in the spell, but I think you can move it 20 feet with a bonus action. But I'm not sure. I think I might be mixing my spells here.
It says on each of your turns after you cast it, you can use an action to move it 60 feet. Doesn't specify bonus action or not. I'm just gonna throw a kick and move 5 feet away from this thing, back towards Gladier.
You took most of your movement to get to where you're at. You don't have any left.
So if you said I moved 40 up, I still have 5 feet. 45.
Oh, my bad. I thought you had 40 feet of movement. Okay, yeah, you can take a kick and make a 5-foot move. Give me an attack roll.
I don't even care if this hits. I just unarmed strike plus 30. That's an 18 to hit.
That hits. These ogres aren't wearing any armor. They're just kind of big, fat, sweaty guys in their underwear, essentially.
So he takes 1 point of damage, and I move back 5 feet. So does that put me 10 feet away? Does that mean I can use my bow now?
Unfortunately, you're only 5 feet away.
All right. Well, I just can't really do much. I'll just end my turn there.
All right, let's see here. Moving on down, Renwick, you are up. You are currently surrounded by whipping ogres and have a giant trying to smash this massive blade into you. And there's just kind of chaos erupting all around you, but none of it seems to be hitting, coincidentally enough.
So as a halfling, I can move through, I believe, spaces of creatures that are larger than me. So I'm gonna use my movement to get as far northeast as I can. I should have 25 feet of movement. Oh, actually, I don't want to incur, I guess. So I'm gonna use. Sorry, I'm trying to see how far it is on my screen. It's a little difficult. If I move one diagonal northeast, two up, and one to the right, it should put me right between the fire giant and ogre 2 without incurring an attack. And that would be 20 feet of my movement. And he'll take a swing at the fire giant with the rapier.
Okay, excellent.
That's a natty 17 for a 29.
Oh, that hits.
All right, so that's going to be a D8 plus. Where is it? D8 plus 6. That's 9 damage plus sneak attack because I'm flying solo. That's an additional 15 damage, so 24 points of damage on the rapier hit. Then he's going to turn fire the hand crossbow at ogre 2. Let's see, that is a 21 to hit.
Oh, hits.
Ooh, alright, that's a good hit. Let's see, where did it go? 11 points of damage with a hand crossbow. And because I've attacked both of them, I no longer incur attacks of opportunity, so I will use the remaining 5 feet of movement just to I guess, take a step northeast. And he'll look up at the fire giant and just be like, if I'm not mistaken, I think you're going to be my biggest kill yet. And that'll be his turn.
All right. Moving on down from there, Blade, you are up.
Okay. Let's see. I'd like to kind of make my way back up into the room, but try to avoid that ogre 4 there. So maybe if I move like 5, 10, maybe like 10 feet up, and then 5 over 15, and then move maybe like another, I don't know, basically zigzag a little bit. Maybe like just basically get past like the entryway. Maybe a little bit in front of Gladier.
Okay, yeah, easily done.
And then I am going, let me just make sure I have enough reach on this. Oh yeah, plenty. I'm going to keep with what I've been doing. I'm just going to go ahead and yell out at this other fire giant that's just been trying to slam poor Renwick here, that blade, and just be like, hey, you actually going to hit something with that? And give him a little bit of vicious mockery.
Rolled a natty 20 on the save, my friend. Sorry. My dice are on fire.
Okay. It's like, well, all right. But then, as for a bonus action, I'm going to go ahead and kind of seeing poor Locris has having tough luck with some of his spells, but he's going to go ahead and give him a little bit of inspiration, just kind of wind up his concertina and just kind of make a howling sound and just being like, don't look down, don't feel troubled. I know this spell will work, and hopefully your damage will be doubled. And yeah.
Nicely done.
And are you at D8 still?
Yep, D8 still.
Got it. Thank you.
May it guide you. And I think that'll be it for me.
All right, moving on down from Blade. The slaver giant is just not happy about Renwick getting away with all his shenanigans. He takes a step forward. I'm going to give you a couple of attacks. First one's a 16, second one's a 3. comes out to 14 to hit. I imagine that misses.
That does in fact miss.
Next attack, first one's an 18, second one's a 15. So that'll actually be 26 to hit, I believe.
A 26 will in fact hit.
Alrighty, so I'm just gonna roll the damage in chat because it's too many d6s. Oh, you lucky bastard! I rolled a bunch of ones. 22 slashing damage to you, Renwick.
I'd like to uncanny dodge that.
All right, yeah. He growls and howls and smashes even more. He sends, splintering these crates and barrels, and some of them are just made of, steel and just completely dent in his frustration as he's trying to smash you and continually seems to fail. That would be the cook, but the cook is dead. So moving on down, Locris, you are up.
All right. Locris will charge up his 30 feet. So he gets in the doorway or close to. And how is everybody looking at enemy wise? Right, we'll tell.
For the most part, as you kind of gauge the battle, looks like they're all pretty healthy. None of them seem to have been wounded too bad.
All right, then I will take 2 shots with the Eldritch Blast at the fire giant.
All right, sounds good. Give me a couple attack rolls.
Uh, 30-20 on the first one and a miss on the second.
Dirty 20 hits for sure.
So I doubt an 11 will hit.
That would hit an ogre, but not a fire giant.
And that'll be 15 force damage. That'll end my turn.
As your eldritch energy just kind of blasts in the side of this guy's like a helmed fucking dome, just kind of gives him a good tink and sends him off balance as he's focused on trying to crush Renwick. After Locris will be the ogres. Ogre 2 and Ogre 4 are within striking distance of Logos, and they both crack their whips outward. The first attack being a 10, and the second attack being a 7. So these ogres just kind of crack whips at your feet, Logos, and roar in your face, but essentially do nothing.
Fast as fuck, boy. That's what I tell them.
The third ogre has to kind of position himself and use a dash action to kind of get around, but does come within melee of Renwick, but not with an action in tow. Unfortunately, this ogre kind of runs around the giant and runs up on you, snarling and angry, Renwick, but can't quite attack this turn. And moving on down, finally, bottom of the round, Gladier, you're up.
All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna charge in and kind of move around to be kind of like right between Ogre 2 and Ogre 4 and Renwick. Just kind of place myself between the 2 ogres and Renwick. Oh, wait, yeah. Oh yeah, because they moved a little bit.
You can do that with 30 feet of movement. Get within like a diagonal step of Renwick if you'd like.
Well, I want to be with.
The ogre's going to get an attack of opportunity on you, though.
I want to get in between melee range of both. I think. So kind of like. See where like ogre 2 and 4 they kind of like overlap, and there's like a 5-foot square between the two of them.
Yeah, you want to step into that little zone right there?
Yeah, I'll step into there on Renwick's side, and then I'm just gonna start hacking at ogre 4.
All right. Go ahead and give me some attack rolls.
Hopefully I rolled better this turn. That's 15 to hit for the first attack.
That hits.
All right, there we go. Oh, that's an 8 on the die plus 5, so that's 13 damage for the first strike. That's a 16 to hit for the second.
Also hits.
That's 10 damage. 23 total slashing damage on Ogre 4.
You just carve into this like 10-foot humanoid's like backside. He roars and cracks the whip as he kind of snarls at you.
And oh no, he's within. Yeah, that'll be. Well, Renwick, how are you looking? Is Renwick looking a little hurt? Are you even been hit yet?
I'm looking all right. I mean, I've taken a hit and I came into this already missing a little bit of health, but like he's still doing fine, ish.
Actually, now that I'm within 30 feet. Oh, that's my last first level as well. So, yeah, no. I'm gonna cast now. I'll cast Sanctuary on Renwick. So I'll put the language in the chat. Oh wait, I didn't see that last portion. Crap. Where are you at in the initiative? You're like second from the top, right, Renwick?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna cast Sanctuary, but then I just noticed the last section where if the warded creature makes an attack, casts a spell that affects an enemy, or deals damage to another creature, the spell ends. So the spell would be done before any enemies even attack you. So never mind. Yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
All right, moving on up to the top of the round. Logos, you stand face to face with this like snarling ogre cracking a very homemade whip in one hand.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna move in 5 feet, so I'm like still within melee with him, and I'm gonna do an unarmed attack. Or is 5 feet is melee? Was I out of melee range with him?
Yeah, you're out of melee range.
All right, I'm just gonna take off. I'm gonna take off to the right, like towards the cauldron. Maybe move like 30 feet that way, away from the scuffle, so I don't get hit. And then I'm gonna fire off my 3 shots. I'm gonna drop Moonbeam for now, since it's not being useful.
Okay, and who are you taking your shots at?
I'm gonna bonus action this time. I'm a bonus action. You know, no, I'm gonna take my 3 shots. At Ogre 4, I guess, the one that was right in front of me.
Okay, great. Give me some attack rolls.
Oh, great. The dice give it. Take away. That's a natural 1 on the first one.
Flies
22 on
wide.
the second one.
Second one hits.
Accidentally hit Renwick. Wait, I rolled wrong on that last one. Well, let me ask you, on D&D Beyond, with a bonus action, it's only a +7, but I accidentally pushed the +11, and it was another natural 1. Do I just keep that second natural 1? Yeah, I pushed the wrong button.
Say that one more time.
So for my bonus action, it's only a +7, but I accidentally pushed a +11 again, and I rolled a natural 1. Do I just keep that natural 1 since I pushed the wrong button, or do I just roll again?
If you rolled the wrong dice, roll again, man.
It's a 15. So 22 and a 15 to hit on the ogre.
Both hit.
First one is 14 points of damage, and then the radiant bolt is 12 points of damage. So 26 points of damage total, 12 of which is radiant.
You got to the exact number, right on the money. Go tell me how you want to do this.
I like to think that with my last arrow that hit was just a radiant arrow. So it just this light filled arrow, kind of ethereal looking arrow forms on the archer's bow in the starry form and just like bursts into this ogre's chest and just sears him with radiant damage as he falls back.
Ogre kind of just flops to the floor after that. And anything else? You still got a little bit of movement left, I think.
I'm gonna move up a little bit towards the door, and would you allow me to just make a perception check to see if I hear anything?
Sure. Is there anything specific you're trying to listen for?
Is there any movement beyond that door of any kind, like something that's aware of the battle that's going on out here?
I was confused from which door you were trying to move to. You've only got like 10, 15 feet of movement left. You can't quite make it to the door.
Okay. And then I'll just take the full movement up towards the door, and that'll be my turn.
Okay, great. Moving on down from Logos, Renwick, you are up. You have a fire giant trying to crush you, and his ogre cohort, not far behind.
All right. Let's see here. All right. How do I want to do this? Remwick's gonna lash out at this fire giant with his rapier first. Is Bless gone at this point?
I think it lasts for a minute, so you'd have it for 10 rounds, right? This is only like round 3, 4.
I haven't been rolling concentration checks. I just realized that now that you asked.
Oh, I didn't realize Bless was concentration. Gladeer, give me some concentration checks. I think I got you for what was that critical hit? 57? So what was that?
Why does it?
Yeah, I mean the resistance, so you had like what, like a 20. Shit,
I think
23
is the highest damage I've taken.
I think since it's half, you would take half of 26.
Yeah, so it's only like a 13, but we'll say from all the damage, you got to pass it twice. So DC 13 concentration check. Yeah. Give me a couple.
Yeah, I think I've taken like 3 hits, but 26 was the highest. So I'll just roll 3, and if I get over 13 on all of them. Oh no. Well, that's a fail on the first one.
So no to Bless then, I guess.
All right. Just making sure. Fair enough.
Sorry about that. I need to keep better track of that.
Natty 18 though. 27 on the rapier.
Oh, that hits.
Fucking rocks tonight. This is gonna bite me in the ass. My luck's, I can feel it. Like my luck is about to turn. But in the meantime, that is 13 plus sneak attack for an additional 14, 27 damage on the rapier. And then he'll fire the hand crossbow over at the ogre 3, I think it is, the one that I'm in melee with. That is a ouch, 13.
13 hits.
Oh no shit! All right, sweet. That ogre's gonna take 9 points of damage, and then I will use my movement because I can pass through creatures larger than me, and also I don't incur attacks of opportunity. I'm just gonna shift to the western side of that fire giant, like run through his legs, basically, and get on that other side of him.
Okay, great.
And that'll be my turn.
All right, moving on down. It is Blade. You are up.
Okay. I think Blade is going to. Man, when it works, it works. I guess I'm just going to keep on that vicious mockery train. Once again, I'm going to lash out at this big old fire giant and just say, well, why don't you pick on someone your own size, you big galoot?
I don't know why I fucking kill it against you and Locris lately, but that's a natural 19 for a 21 on the save.
And that's with Bane.
Oh, now you're good call there. So take the Bane. 3, so 21 becomes a 18.
Just passes.
Alas. Sorry, Locris and Blade seem to be resistant to your guys' magics today.
Cue the Charlie Brown.
Yeah. As he kind of shakes off the effects of your spell. No effect, unfortunately.
And I think I'm gonna stay put. Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna do much else. No, nope. That'll be it for me.
All right, comes up to the giant slaver, who is continuing his obsession with crushing Renwick. I got a 10 and a natural 1, so that's the first blow is a miss. And fuck me. The next roll was also a natural 1, so it doesn't really matter. Back-to-back natty 1s. This guy just like clamors and fumbles, and in his rage just is so angry that in mid-attack he like drops his sword and has to like butterfingers it hard and has to go like pick it up out of the dirt. That doesn't manage to do much as far as more just make noise and throw a fit rather than actually attack you right now.
I imagine he's just like bobbing and weaving, and he's got that fucking grin on his face, even though he took a good hit. Like that grin, he's a little bit of blood trickling down his lip, and he's just smiling. He's like, "Come on now, big boy. Come on, let's dance."
He's getting frustrated, mumbling what you imagine are curses in giant. And as next gone down, Cook's dead, so that would be Locris. You're up.
All right, Locris, tired of being by the sideline, is going to charge at ogre number 2 and take some swings with his Morningstar to vent his frustrations.
Perfect. Give me some attack rolls.
That's going to be a 26 and an 11.
Both hit.
All right. So first one is going to be for 5 plus 6 for 11 points of damage. Plus, he needs to make a Constitution save of 15.
11. Fail.
So on top of that, he takes 2d10 poison damage. So that'll be 14 points of poison damage. And he is poisoned.
Oh snap! Yeah, you bury your morning star into the sky once and then twice, and similar to some of his former allies, he's panting and struggling to keep on his feet.
No, that was just damage from the first hit. That's an additional 13 points of damage with the second hit.
With your additional hit, you bring this guy down to he's almost prone, like he's on two knees and his hands. He's gasping heavily and looking up at you with a bruised and battered face, panting heavily. He's on death's door, but not quite over it.
And then I'll just give him a little tap on the side of the cheek.
Nice.
And my turn.
All right, moving on down. That would be the ogres, actually. So, Ogre 3 is going to give up chasing Renwick because he's just a little bit of a weasel. And he comes up and makes a crack at Gladier. But that is going to be 17 to hit. But I have to roll. Nope. He's not one of the ones that actually got baned, actually. So 17 to hit.
That misses.
And it just kind of cracks a whip down at your feet. Ogre 2, in his with what is possibly his last breath, brings the whip down around Locris for another 17. 17 to hit.
17 misses.
He cracks the whip at your feet as well as he struggles to maintain balance. And moving on down from the ogres, bringing up the bottom of the round is Gladier.
All right. Attack ogre number 2. I'm trying to finish this shit.
Okay, give me some attack rolls.
Okay, that's better. That definitely hits. 18 plus 8.
Tell me how you want to do this.
Yeah. Kind of like roars out in frustration of his not great performance this battle, and just kind of just slices at both of his thighs, gets him to drop down to his knees, and just shoves his sword up through his chest as he falls. And then I'm gonna move over to the giant and take my second attack.
Okay, yeah. You take a step and go ahead and give me another attack.
Oh, okay. I'm starting to roll better now. It's a 21 to hit.
That hits.
All right. 1d8 plus 5. That's 10 slashing damage to the giant.
You cleave into his backside as he's preoccupied trying to crush Renwick on the other side of you at the moment.
All right. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
All right. Moving back up to the top of the round. Logos, you're up. currently there are, in the as the combat goes, there is one giant and one ogre remaining, and your party kind of slowly encircling them, giving and taking about as good. I don't know. They're definitely winning. The giant seems to be frustrated with his inability to crush Renrick.
I'm going to take all 3 of my attacks at the giant.
Okay, give me some attack rolls.
Oh, boo. 14 to hit for the first. 16 to hit for the second.
Did you say 18 or 16?
It's 14, 16, and then 24 on the last one.
Well, the last one hits. The other 2 just kind of dink off his armor.
Actually, damn, hold on. Let me re-roll that last one. I keep forgetting that the starry form is only a +7. Wow. I missed all my attacks, I think, for the first time ever. For fucking D&D Beyond. Last one was a 10 to hit. 3 + 7.
It was a series of arrows just kind of bank off the armor of this giant.
Would you allow me to take that movement up to the door and take that perception check?
Yeah, give me a perception check. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be with disadvantage because there is like active fighting and loud noises going on in the room that you're in.
Shit. 27 on the first roll, 16 on the second.
With a 16, you're unsure, but you swear you heard a snort. You're not sure.
Okay. Snort. Alright, that'll be my turn.
And with that, moving on down, Blade, you are up again.
Is the Renwick after Logus?
Oh shit! Sorry, I had bumped my marker. That's my bad. Vogus Renwick.
I see
up.
how
Sorry.
it is.
Skipped
I
you.
saw the fire giant. All of a sudden, I'm not in combat anymore.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we're just gonna stick to classics. Let's go rapier on the fire giant. That's gonna be a 15. Assume that misses.
Yeah, bangs off the armor.
Fair enough. Hand crossbow. Fuck. 15 again. Yeah. 2 misses there.
So, in a series of 5 attacks, you guys all hear a ting 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 as several attacks just seem to be repelled by this giant's armor.
Well, don't let his size fool you, boys. He's no match for me. Bit of an even fight for now, but I've got this. He's just bob and weave. Play it off.
All right. And with that, Blade, it really is your turn this time.
All right. I think Blade is going to go ahead and just kind of just look at everyone kind of missing with their attacks and be like, "Well, this isn't really that hard." He pulls out he's going to pull out his crossbow and take a shot at this the one ogre that is standing.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
Come on, D&D Beyond. 21.
Hits.
All right, and he'll be taking 11 points of piercing damage.
You bury an arrow deep into this like giant gut of this creature, and he kind of bellows at you and cracks the whip.
Blade will kind of smirk, proud of himself, even though it was a creature with a way lower AC. And I'm going to go ahead and bonus action. Just kind of reach my arm out towards Gladier and hit him with a little bit of healing word.
Perfect. What's the word? How much you heal him for?
All right, so the heal itself is going to be why aren't you rolling? Oh, there we go. Not bad. 13 points.
Hey, thank you.
Very nice.
And I think that's it from me. I don't think I could move, but I don't think that'll help.
All right. So after Boyd comes this giant slaver, determined to crush Renwick. First roll is an 18, second roll is a 4, comes out to 15 to hit on the first attack, which misses. So next one is 14 on the die and an 18 on the die, which probably will hit at a 25 to hit, I believe.
Yeah, so 25 will hit. I'll just go ahead and say uncanny dodge.
Okay, 13 points of damage to you, Renwick, as just more, not so much a direct strike, more him just wailing on the things around you and taking, bits of debris and rock and just kind of sending it your way.
Well, not gonna lie, you actually hit me on that one.
With an angry snort, he just kind of readies himself for another round. And Cook's dead, so Locris, you are up.
All right, seeing everybody having trouble with this fire giant and happy with what he did on the last one, he's going to charge at the fire giant and take some swings at its Achilles tendons.
Brutal. Give me some attack rolls.
All right, that's a 25 for the first hit
For sure hits.
and a dirty 20 for the second.
Also hits.
That'll be 11 plus 14 for 25 piercing damage.
And you pummel on and, manage to put some good sized dents in the back of this guy's calf armor.
And as a bonus action, he's going to jump up and smack him on the ass.
A bit
And that'll
confused,
end my turn.
but still angry. That'll come down to the ogre, which throws yet another whip at Gladier. Fuck, this is a lot of 11s in a row for the ogre. 17 to hit, I imagine, does not hit Gladier. Just kind of cracks the whip at your feet and continues to yell in your face.
And Gladiator just kind of laughs at him.
Moving on down, Gladier, you're up.
I'm going to retaliate. Throw a couple attacks that ogre's way since he's determined to try and whip me in the feet.
Okay, give me some attack rolls.
It's a dirty 20 to hit for the first.
Hits.
That is, oh god, only 7 damage. Second attack. That's a 14.
That hits.
That's barely better on damage. 8 damage.
A couple more hefty swings into this blubbery hide, bit of splattering of crimson around, but the ogre stands on its feet and just roars defiantly.
Blade's just gonna roar back at him angrily, and then that's my turn.
He looks at you confused and hesitates for a moment. Moving on back, top of the round, Logos, you are up.
Fire giant is still standing, right?
One fire giant, one ogre, still kind of duking it out with your comrades.
Does the ogre look hurt at all?
Oh yeah, he's taking some blows. He's definitely bleeding.
All right, I'm gonna try to finish him off. I'm gonna change my attack to the ogre. All right, son of a bitch, come on, D&D Beyond. Okay, 25 to hit on the first one.
Did you switch to the lower armor class to make yourself feel better?
Yes, I did. I have to hit something. I've never missed all 3 hits.
I was just
Fuck off,
checking.
dude. I rolled a natural 1 again, so 2 hit, 1 miss.
All right, yeah, roll some damage.
13 points on the first one, 7 points on the second one for 20 points total.
And that is enough. Tell me how you want to do this.
Very frustrated that he's been missing his shots. He's going to try to hit both arrows in both of its eyes.
As you land a couple of arrows, one in each socket, this slumps to the ground and a massive wet heap just kind of crashes to the earth, shaking the room a little bit.
I like to chalk it up that Logos is kind of shaken from the fact that he saw a man be ripped in half in front of him. And he's just kind of like still kind of shaking. That's why he's missing so much. And then that's gonna be my turn. I'm gonna move away from the door since I potentially heard something over there and just kind of like side eyeing it while maintaining focus on the giant, and that'll be my turn.
Okay, yeah. You take a couple steps away from the door, kind of focus up on the giant, and Renwick, you're up.
Is there still an ogre? Was that dropped? Or are we down
Just the giant. All the ogres have been eliminated, and the giant cook as well. It is just the giant slaver, the one who had all of the ogres on chain leashes when you had first entered.
perfect? Well, he'll just look at him and say, well. I think we know how this is going to play out. And swing with the here. The 18. It's a 27 to hit.
Hits.
That's going to be 9 damage plus sneak attack. An additional 19. So 28 damage.
Very nice.
And then we're going to drop a hand crossbow bolt as well. That's a 3. That'll miss.
Kind of clangs off the armor.
And yeah, I think I'm going to hang out where I'm at.
All right, moving on down. Blade, you're up. A single fire giant remains, and he seems to be kind of somewhat in melee with roughly 3 of your 5 party members. What do you do?
Blade is going to kind of lower his crossbow and just yell at this guy once more. Just be like, hey, I don't know if you heard me the first time, maybe the second time or the third, but you suck. And just yell some vicious mockery.
I got a 10 on the die for a 12 total.
Thank God, finally. So he will take 5 points of psychic damage.
And disadvantage on his next attack?
And disadvantage on his next attack.
All right. Anything else?
No, I don't really feel like inspiring anyone. Just a mood.
He looks back and kind of snorts at your insult, but you think maybe you got to him this time. All right, it is the giant following up. A couple of smashes coming at Renwick. We got a 5 and a 17 on the die, so that becomes 16 to hit. I believe that misses. We got a 6 and a 15, so that becomes 17 to hit, which I also believe misses. Correct, Renwick?
Does in fact miss.
And so this giant seems to be throwing a temper tantrum as he's destroying the shit out of like the floors, the walls, the barrels, the crates, everything but Renwick. And he continues to flail his sword wildly. Moving on down, Locris, you're up.
I liked what I did before. Let's do it again.
All right, give me some attack rolls.
Going to burn my inspiration on the second. All right. So that's going to be a 25 on the first hit.
Oh, that hits.
Then a 21 on the second.
Also hits.
And that's going to be for 9 plus 8, 17 points of piercing damage.
All right.
And that'll end my turn.
As you kind of pummel into this fire giant, he's looking worse for the wear, and so is his armor. Between a lot of you, you guys have put chinks and scuffs and dents and scrapes in a lot of it, and he's pouring out some of this golden, like crimson colored liquid, fire giant blood. Moving on down, ogres are all dead. Gladier, you're up.
Well, I'm gonna go for that fucking giant then. It's the only one left standing. He's looking at Redwick. I'll stab him in the back. It's a dirty 20 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Finally getting some good rolls. Ooh, and a 7 on the die plus 5 for 12 damage for the first strike. Yeah, swing again if he's still standing.
Oh,
And
yeah, he's still standing.
That's a 23 to hit. Where were these fucking rolls earlier? Jesus Christ.
That hits.
And that's only 7 damage. Well, how many spell slots I got left? Oh no, I need to save those. Yeah, I'm gonna save my spell slots. I only got 2 level 2s left. So yeah, 7 damage for the second.
Carving into him from behind, you take wide swings and it carves into him, and a wide arc of crimson kind of follows your blade, splattering all around. But he howls in pain, but stays on his feet. And now we're moving back to the top of the round. Logos, you're up.
So at the end of his turn, Logos was like talking to his bow and trying to see, if he was good. Give him some rubs, and he's going to take 3 shots.
Okay, great. Give me some attack rolls.
First one is a 28 to hit.
Hits.
The second is a 23 to hit.
Also hits.
And the last is a 25 to hit.
All
And
3
that's
hit.
very happy. First damage, that 14 points of damage on the first one. Wow. Max damage again. 14 points, so 28. And 6 points of damage. So 34 points of damage total.
Tell me how you want to do this.
So Logus is more like focused on his bow, so he'll finally like just take off the 3 shots, and wherever they land like where he's been hitting them, and he'll like kiss his bow and kind of show its gratitude and thanks and rub it a little bit.
As this large giant hits the ground, you guys are kind of out of combat, and the slaves that were kind of onlookers, they look like they want to cheer, but they know better. Like they nod and salute you guys, and immediately go to like try to like. They all start fucking with their chains. A few more clever kind of individuals continue to bang on the walls and create noise within the room, so it just doesn't silence to not alert anyone. But they carry on the charade of mining, but slowly but surely aim their pickaxes at the chains, but rather than their the iron ore. And what do you guys kind of do from here?
You guys should go help them get free. I need to take a few minutes.
Logus will walk back to the party. Guys, before you start resting, while we were fighting, I'm not quite sure, but I believe I heard something from beyond those doors over there, and I'll point to the doors I was standing by.
Oh, all right. So maybe we should leave that be for just a moment. Get these captives freed. And does anyone need any healing? I can buff some people up a bit. I took some good hits there, but I got some bit of healing. I
Don't
can.
want to put a damper on anyone's rest, but my only worry of that is, one, we don't know where those doors lead, and whoever it is could be escaping, or two, they could be alerting more to head this way if they have magical means.
True. All right. Well, first things first. Let's get some. Let me get you guys back up to fighting standards. Who's hurt the most?
Logus is good. He didn't get hit once.
I took a couple hits, but I'm not in the worst shape. Mechanically speaking, I'm down to like 53 out of 87.
Or,
I think you're the worst of us, big guy.
Yeah. Wait, did you take a couple hits?
Oh, just one, but wasn't that bad.
All right, I'm gonna give walk up to Blade and Renwick and cast Lay on Hands. I'm gonna give each of them 10 hit points, and then I'm gonna give myself 19.
What does that put you at?
That puts me at about 80 out of 104.
I'll walk up to Gladier and like put my hand on his shoulder, and I'll cast a level 2 cure wounds on him, get him back up.
Well, thank you, friend.
All right, boys, keep track of all these spell slots and abilities and things that you guys are burning.
Yep.
All right, you're 11 points up. I rolled a 1 on one of the heal dice.
Oh no, that still helps a lot. I'm almost at full. Yeah, I got a one point of lay on hands left, just in case somebody goes down and I can just run up to him and touch him and bring him back up to 1 hit point.
Oh, that's smart. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
ahead and pop 2 potions. Since we're out of combat, it's the full healing on the potion, right?
Correct. You can, take your time, swallow it proper.
Heard.
Actually,
Because
I'm keeping track of my spells on D&D Beyond. Gladiator. I
if
have
you don't,
5
that's fine.
potions of healing, so I'm gonna walk up to Gladiator and give him a potion of healing because I have 5 of them. If you're not back up to tip top shape, you can down this real quick.
Oh, thank you, Fern. Yeah, no, that'll bring me up just about to full.
It's just a regular 2d4 plus 2.
All right, so 10 healing. Yeah, I'm essentially full now.
How low are you?
Like I'm like 3 under.
I'll give him 3 good berries.
I don't have to eat for 3 days now.
Perfect. Yeah.
Now, Gladiator, gotta remember though, you can't eat them all at once. Know what happened last time? Gets you really backed up.
I shove them all down my throat.
I like to think he tells him that he's already throwing them in his mouth.
Yeah, I'm just like like slowly stop chewing like mid, like just already have them all in my mouth and just like yeah no I'm eating them one at a time. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm good.
Before we go, we should probably let go of these fine folks over here, so they may have a chance to escape or defend themselves if something comes out of there.
Well, I will say it's probably in their best interest to continue making noise until we can clear a path because we left 2 fire giants one way, and there's clearly something the opposite way. So it's in their best interest to stay here, but we can definitely help them get out of the chains. And Renwick will go over and search the, I guess, like the slave driver giant and see if he can find like any keys or anything on his person.
Give me an investigation check as you kind of try to go through the pockets on this massive dead lump of gore.
11.
As you kind of fumble through his pockets and things, it seems, aside from a couple of throwing boulders, he doesn't have anything on him. No coin, no keys. Just the weapon and the chains that he was holding the ogres with.
Best bet is he keeps the keys in the office over there.
Blade, did you want to do something?
Oh yeah, Blade was gonna kind of make his way over maybe with Renwick and just maybe kind of talk with the prisoners a little bit or slaves.
And Gladiator's gonna go and check the cook giant and like rifle through his pockets, see if he can find anything while he's doing that.
Okay, yeah. Give me an investigation check, Gladiator. Blade, as you kind of walk up to these slaves, some of them continue to work. Some of them are still bound by chains, but those who have freed themselves are kind of set to helping the others. And it looks like one of the people coordinating this, the freeing of the slaves is this stout dwarven man who looks to you happily as you approach. He kind of nods and he gives you a bow. He says, "Oh, well, thank you. Great timing. You've got a plan, all right? So, well, where do we go from here? What's the plan? Can we get the way clear? Can we just pile out of here as fast as possible, or what? What's going on?"
Well, you see, it's a little complicated. We've managed to bypass a few of these nasty giants. So, unfortunately, you can't waltz your way out right now. But what we need from you is to, for now, maybe make noise, like, so that the giants do not catch on to maybe us even being here. Our intention is to take down the leader here, and maybe that's where you come in and you can help us. Do you have any information you can give us about this, General?
Oh yeah, tons. General Firefoot. He's just in the room ahead there. The iron doors. They radiate a lot of heat whenever they open the door. Even in this chamber, and the chamber's pretty hot. He kind of like wipes the sweat off his brow, and it kind of sizzles when it hits the ground. He says, whenever they open that door, it fills the chamber with an unbearable heat. Yeah, it makes it even more miserable. And Galt Tagore, he stays in there with his personal slaves, and they create most of the weapons and armor generated here are by his slaves. The swords that the fire giants wield, the armor that they don, it is Galt Tagore's personal slaves that make all of this. We just kind of harvest the material from the land because the giants, they say it's beneath them. But as far as I know, him and his 5 servants, they are on the other side of that door. And he points to the iron doors that are kind of like glowing red.
All right, so he's got some slaves in there. Do you know if he's being accompanied by any of his, maybe, cohorts here or helpers?
Oh, the slaves in there are not so much slaves and more, you could call them cohorts, I guess. They worship him, and they're not like me or you. I mean, they're the size of a man, but they're, they have a mane of fire about them, and they're anything they touch seems to come ablaze. Tools, weapons, and they and all of the fire giants here, they worship him. They think he's a prophet. They think he's like the conduit between this world and the next. He's the voice piece for their god Surtur. It's like the fire giant god, and he's like basically the only cleric of Surtur to live on the mortal plane. I from what I can gather, but pretty impressive guy. I hope you know what you're doing.
No, that is interesting, and thank you so much for this information. But do you know if this general is he of a giant, or is he more of is he one of the giants, or is he like what is this general?
He's a giant, just like them, and he points to the dead fire giants, but different somehow. Whenever he walks, he leaves a trail of fire in his wake. His footprints just ignite the earth beneath him. His eyes glow with an eerie red, and something about the necklace. There's a giant gem hanging around his neck. And it crackles with energy, and it affects him. You can watch, you can see. It's like polluting his mind or generating some sort of evil around him. He twitches and fights it sometimes, but it doesn't look like he's winning. This kind of power is what possessed him and kind of elevated him to the rank that he is now. I don't know how or what he did, but he did something that bodes not well for the community, anyone on the island. He's making deals with demons, I fear. Something powerful lies in that room with him, and he's trying to reach it, trying to bring it out, but hasn't been able to this so far. It's been frustrating him. Takes it out on his cohorts and underlings and even us slaves. And just be careful when you go in there. We don't see mortals come back. Nobody's ever came back. Just the giants. People don't come back from that room.
Blade will kind of put his hand on his shoulder and just be like, "Well, we're not like the others. Um, Now, do you know what could be behind that wooden door over there?"
It's where they store all their goods, all the ingots and things, and the giants' personal effects. There's several beds in there, big ones, and probably a couple of snoring giants too. And he kind of motions towards the slaves and they kind of pick up pace and continue keeping up the noise by feigning work, but mostly striking at their own chains rather than the iron ore.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this information. And now for you is my friend here, and he kind of points over to Renwick. Is my captain has been having a little bit of trouble picking your locks. Is there a place where your key could be found to get you guys free when the time comes?
They smelted it. They make us all go together. And he kind of gestures to the main chain, and how there's a bunch of locks on everybody's padlock, but no apparent key. And there's a giant cage on the opposite wall where they all kind of one giant community cage for all of the humans, and then there's another pretty large community cage you can imagine for the ogres as well.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for this information, my friend. And he'll go to shake his hand and just be like, "My name is Blade Silverstring, and I will sing a song into for your guys' uh, trials that you've been through, and I'll surely not let this crime go unpunished."
Well, let's just make sure that we got ears for listening to it, huh? Yeah, ain't gonna do us no good if we're dead. So, yeah, maybe just help us get out of here. What's the next step? You got a handful here, but these guys ain't warriors. They've taken from the city. It's not. We got a soldier or two among them, but not many.
Well, I don't know exactly. I mean, our plan is to take down the general, if that's of any comfort to you. But as far as how we're going to do it, we got to talk with my team. But I assure you that this general will not go without being felled.
We'll move swiftly then. We'll do what we can. And he picks up a hammer and starts banging on some ingots again.
Blade will wink his eye and just kind of make his way back to the party and relay the information over.
So it sounds like we just got one hell of a battle through the iron doors, and that's the only way to go. Looking at a mutated giant with 5 fanatics, all I'm sure if you get in close range of, are going to light your ass up on fire. Sounds easy enough. Anybody bring suntan lotion?
Oh, man. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. I rolled a 19 on that investigation check for the cook chain.
As you kind of go through the cook's things, it's not good pickings. You manage to get through his pockets and a little waste pouch, but for the most part, it seems that this little spice pouch that the cook had is full of dried herbs and things. Nothing fabulous, but it's also got several severed human hands and feet. But aside from that, there is no like coin or anything. Just the weapons he had and a handful of cooking spices and like a belt.
Glader almost throws up the good berries he just ate and then walks over to meet the rest of the group. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. I don't think these giants have anything of these. Oh man, so we're about to go and fight this crazy, powerful fire giant. So the necklace was giving him power. So Tillen, is he drawing power from Tillenar?
Sounds possible. I mean, we know she's a powerful mage, so if there's somehow he's able to, that necklace taps into what she has, might be able to unwillingly take something from her.
So it might do us some good if in the battle one of us can just snag it off of him.
Maybe somebody with some sticky fingers, and Locust will look at Renwick.
That are more like slimy tentacles these days, but I mean, I suppose if I get the chance, I'll try to pull it right off of him. But something tells me it won't be that easy, especially with him swinging whatever the fuck it is he wants to swing at us. But that's gonna be probably our toughest battle yet, boys. And that heat's reminded me of Hot Mall, and we all know how fucking deadly that place was.
I'll just throw you up there and you can grab it off his neck.
The banging kind of grows louder, and they shift some things around, and they make sure to run piles of rocks down the racks, and they are essentially continuing the work they were doing when they were being overwatched, just to kind of generate noise. But you do notice like several of them looking to you, like, okay, what now? As they kind of continue their work.
All right, you lot
So
listen.
there's the big red door, and then there's another door there, right?
Correct.
Yes, a wooden door with storage and more sleeping fire giants.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, I think big red doors are go-to right now.
Yeah, you go to the wooden door for XP, and you go to the iron door for the to end the game.
Yeah, I was gonna recommend that we just go coup de grace the sleeping fire giants, but I think even if there were like two of them and we all coordinated a strike, we wouldn't get through their HP and it would be a fight. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm thinking that our next move is probably to head in for the boss. That might bite us in the ass.
Well, Captain, they are sleeping, so it would be what they call a auto crit, I think. If we were to attack them while they're sleeping.
Yes, unless your arrows do what they did last time and just not quite find purchase.
And we also
Well,
have
If I'm
the
not mistaken, don't incapacitated players technically sleeping automatically hit since they can't evade?
No, because you can still miss.
It's hard to miss, but you could still pull it off with a nat one. With your modifier though, anything but a nat one, you're probably gonna hit.
Well, especially with them prone, that's disadvantage for range attacks.
A little bit out of game. That's kind of silly. If you're standing over something and you're shooting down at it, I'm just saying that the rules are a little stupid right there.
But we also have the what's it called? Um, the Knights of the Bountiful Hand. Um, Viola of Yandala, her like knights. They're just taking the long way. So like, I don't think we have to worry too much about cleanup and like getting the captives out of here. I think our main objective should be taking out the leader, and then the Bountiful Hand is like on their way to help us too. I think so. I think she said they were sending them to track the captives and like help us out if they can.
I wouldn't be surprised if this necklace is also what's controlling the fire giants. So you get rid of the general, cleanup's not going to be too much of an issue because they might just kill each other
Yeah.
once they're no longer linked. But you guys
Yeah,
discuss it amongst yourselves for another 40 minutes, and then I'll be ready to go.
Yeah, they did say that this Firefoot fellow was able to unite the fire giants. So I mean, he might have a way to do it. But we also did learn that the giants do take their armor off while they're sleeping. So I mean, we could potentially, because they put their armor and weapons up while they sleep. They were like the ones in the other room. So I mean, we could potentially go in there and kill them and not worry about them waking up from the other battle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also like, if this pulls out to like a full on, like if we did that and it came out to be like we didn't kill them all in one shot, like and that comes out like draws out to a full battle, like we're going into the boss fight with like probably most of us pretty drained.
Lucas, you're good with carving up stuff, right?
Yeah, I can carve some meat for you. What do you think?
I'm thinking you go to those fire giants and cut off their smaller heads so we get paid that 600 gold we just earned.
You want me to cut off the fire giant's head, both of them?
They said 600 gold a head. They didn't say which head.
And I don't think we have a good way to carry out the big head, so
Or 300
little
gold.
one it is.
Yeah,
didn't
I
know
mean
the
the big
fire
heads
giants
aren't
had
going to
two
fit in the
heads.
bag of holding, so we're going to have to bring the dicks.
Oh, you're talking about their dick heads. Yeah, I was looking up at the picture that Don put. I was like, they have two heads. Fucking stupid.
No, I think we discussed this last time when they for each fire giant. When we were walking away, we were like, fire giants aren't going to fit in the bag. We're going to have to cut off their dicks.
I mean, that should count because no way is a fire giant just going to let you cut off its dick so you get paid. So you'd have to kill it first.
Yeah.
So go for it, Lucas.
Ooh, put up some dicks.
All right, I'm uncomfortable to cut off a dick. Uh, um, Captain, is that what you want? Do I cut off their dicks?
So if you're going to act like this, and he just walks over and like takes his rapier and slices the, I assume, are they wearing like a loincloth or are they wearing pants or whatever?
Oh no, they're wearing full plate, full armor. Like
Oh, I
if
guess
you're cutting a dick,
just
you're
start-
gonna have to take a minute to like wrestle it out of this armor first.
He's gonna take his rapier then, and he'll just start like cutting the leather straps of the armor, and like using his sword to pry the cod piece off of this, and then just like a
Renwick, after a laborious few minutes of working like a can opener action, finally gets access, only to find that one of these two fire giants is actually female.
Why don't we just worry about that on the
Cut
way
off
out?
the labia, Captain.
Hey, they call that one part the bald man in a boat. So what's bald? A head. Cut it off.
That's sound
You
enough
wanna-
logic for me.
Aim for the nub at the top of it.
He will do his best.
Oh my god.
You may have to tickle it a little bit for it to come out a little.
I'm gonna need a survival check, Renwick, as you try
That
to
seems
carve up these genitals.
That seems perfectly reasonable.
Man, you're gonna
right.
massacre it.
We are terrible
Actually, 18.
Well enough. Still identifiable. You don't butcher it too bad.
I'll take that. All right, so Renwick's gonna look over at Locust and just be like, do you mind?
You cut out there, bud.
And he would cut out right before that part.
I'm just gonna look over at Locust and be like, do you mind putting these in your bag of holding? He just holds out the genital.
Sure, they'll keep my shrunken head in my clay doll company.
Wait, I mean, this is a giant. I don't imagine a little halfling will be able to just hold it out to him. I'm picturing like slung over his shoulder, having to carry it over there.
Yeah, this thing is probably as big as you are.
Hey, these giants are pissed off. They might be hung like a fucking gorilla, just 2 inches. We don't know.
I've read that giants become engorged in battle due to the excitement of the
One
kill.
of them is a female. Like,
You
Renwick
would
is-
read about giant engagement.
They become moist.
I rolled a 16 on a Constitution check for dick size, so yeah, it's pretty decent. It's like one of Renwick's legs.
Like half your size, buddy.
I mean, he'll hold it out with 2 hands. That's fine. He's not shy. He just cut it off. At this point, it is what it is.
All right. So after acquiring a set of mixed genitals, what else is the party doing at this point?
Do we have any
I
more?
don't.
How long have we been at all this?
We'll say probably maybe 10, 15 minutes or so after combat.
All right, give me another, 15 minutes? You guys keep going on whatever you're doing.
Oh yeah, if you want to take some short rests at this time, you guys can definitely roll some hit dice or whatever.
No, I'm just trying to get my spell slots back.
Oh, I see.
guess
Well played.
Since we got some time, Logus will try to go to work on cutting the actual head off, just in case they meant the real head.
Okay, yeah, you can take a bit of time and cut your way through a couple of giant heads. They are pretty hefty. You know, you're looking at about something about 40 pounds each. So you've got almost 100 pounds of just giant head.
Well, glad to hear the heads are off. I mean, I could probably carry one, but you may need to carry out the other one.
yeah, I suppose I can do that.
The slaves look on horrified as you guys have cut off both the genitals and the heads of these fire giants.
Logus is gonna. Oh, you're gonna be horrified. I just saw him rip one of your friends in half, and this is horrifying. We're doing you a damn favor. These things were fucking monsters.
Renwick turns,
okay, we're getting
holding
paid.
the dick. Renwick will turn, like, kind of brandishing the dick at them and just be like, are you really going to judge us for this? I mean, after everything you've seen these things do. This right here is just strictly business. We've got to bring proof that we killed him. That's how we get paid. Just, like, shaking the dick at them as if he's, like, trying to reprimand them.
None of them like seem to like make eye contact. They just kind of like give you the side eye and kind of continue making noise.
Blade will kind of look over at the group that he was just talking to and be like, "Remember, I said we had to come up with a plan, and this is all part of the plan. No need to be concerned."
The dwarf you were speaking to before kind of looks at you skeptically, but fucking goes back to swinging and mashing on this iron ore, and he said, "Oh, sometimes you need a giant dick for a good plan." Just kind of keeps smashing at this ingot.
All right, so I guess are we now that we have lots of heads, are we taking out this just going straight for the leader? I think
Well,
it's
we're waiting till Locust gets his energy back. Whenever he's ready, and then we're good to go.
Oh yeah, you guys can take a short rest at this point. So you can. We'll say it's been like half hour, 45 minutes or so. Little Chris feeling a bit more recharged.
All right, now I got more spells that I can have not work. So, well, on to the next chapter.
Gladier, would you like to lead the way through the door?
oh yeah.
You might want to. I don't know if the cold will work, but you might want to get rid of the cold so you get your resistance to heat.
Yeah, I was thinking that actually. It was a good thought, but yeah, I think I'd rather have that extra little resistance. Um, yeah, so I'm just gonna drop the girdle of scales and just go back to my golden scale color.
Okay, for sure. Duly noted.
Can I walk up to the iron door and kind of try and peek underneath it like Logus did with the other doors?
As you walk up to these iron doors, they're glowing red, and you quickly realize that this door doesn't open like the other doors. It's actually sealed flush to the ground. This has a massive handle on the front, and it looks like it opens less like a traditional door and more like a upward, like a garage door would. And it is, as soon as you get close, you can tell that this thing is for sure emanating heat, and that metal is hot, hot, hot.
And it's how big is it? It's like what, like 20 feet tall, 15, 20 feet tall,
It's about 20 feet wide and, 20 feet tall,
and it's just solid iron.
from what you could tell.
Yeah, guys, this kind of poses a bit of a problem. I might be strong, but I don't think I can lift this door up. Um, can we look around to see if there's any kind of like mechanism that opens the door? Like any like, chains, like a portcullis to lift it up, or
Give me an investigation check.
While he's looking, Lucas will look back at the guys who are talking like, "Hey, how do they get him to come out? We just
Said
knocked."
20.
They kind of shrug, like he kind of comes and goes. He really doesn't leave very often anymore. He just stays in there, barks commands. He might come out here to punish an infidel or something once in a while, but for the most part, he stays in his throne room. What was your roll there, Gladier?
Got a natural 20 or 23.
Oh, very nice. As you're kind of investigating around the door, you don't find any levers or latches or chains. But as this kind of like the heat of the door kind of emanates off of you, it does kind of strike you, occurs to you that fire giants are probably immune to fire damage. Therefore, a hefty pull on this door would open it, but it doesn't look to be locked or trapped or anything. But it is a heavy door and it is very, very hot. But not a problem if you're a strong fire giant.
Yeah, guys, I think we might just need a knock. I don't think I can lift this door. I mean, maybe, possibly, if it wasn't red hot. But I mean, this is a big, heavy door. It's glowing hot. I don't think I'm gonna be able to lift this.
Lord Chris will cast Mage Hand and knock on the door.
With the
Fair
noise,
enough.
the noise that the slaves are currently generating, it's barely audible if you know what you're looking for. It doesn't seem like that mage hand's gonna have enough force to kind of knock on the door.
Do any of the captive slaves, do any of them have like a large hammer, or is it all picks?
There are a couple of hammers that they're using to smash ingots and things.
And Glader's just gonna walk up and, can I borrow this for a second?
Certainly, and just hands it over.
Grab the hammer and just start wailing on the door.
All right, go ahead and give me a strength check, Gladier.
It's not as good as my natural 20. That's a 12.
After you bang, bang, bang on this door, a moment passes, and then another, and then another. It seems to not have any effect.
God damn it. Well, that was my idea. Anyone want to join me? Start hammering on this door a little harder?
Oh, you're doing great, man.
Okay, thank you.
I could try. I mean, I don't have any strength, but I'll cast Ray of Frost at the part I plan on grabbing. See if I can cool it down just enough to not fry myself.
Okay, yeah. You cast Ray of Frost, and it briefly provides a cool spot of the metal, but only for a few seconds.
And I'll rush over and try to help him open.
Oh, you're gonna try to throw it open, huh? And go, okay, give me a strength check.
I'll help him too. Like, if I see him rushing to try and lift.
How about I give you the help action, and you can roll with advantage.
We'll say that the cooling of the bar is the help action in itself. So, Gladier, go ahead and give me a strength check as you grab this.
Oh, jeez. Oh, not good. It's only 16.
As you grab this bar and you give it a tug, you lift it and it starts to move. I mean, you get it a decent way up, roughly waist high, but the strain is just too much, and unfortunately, Locris's spell only provides a few moments of comfort as the stinging, searing pain kind of comes back from it being like a super hot. Due to your fire resistance, you won't take any damage, but you drop it immediately. But you did get it, 2-3 feet off the ground, open before you dropped it.
Shit. Yeah, this thing
Try
is
it
heavy.
again, wedge something under it, and crawl.
And do we have anything?
We have giants and ogres.
We also have their weapons.
And
And
there's
very
barrels.
use their weapons to prop the door up.
And they also
Yeah.
left you a bunch of like barrels and crates and things.
Yeah, why don't I'll try and lift it again, and then two of you can shove under a couple of crates or barrels or something and try and keep it open long enough for us to crawl through.
Well, let's pull some shit over first before you go lifting it.
And I don't want to throw up my back.
So pull over some crates and barrels and
Okay, yeah, these are giant-sized crates and barrels. So go ahead and give me some strength checks to kind of move them across the room. They are sealed and they are very heavy.
Logus rolled a 14 strength check for the crate.
Well, Locris and Logos, you guys kind of team up together to try to move one crate, and it doesn't get very far, several feet before you guys find yourselves sweating profusely, kind of exhausted, wiping the sweat from your brow, breathing heavily. It's a hot room, and slippery fingers and all that.
wait, what the hell are we doing? Hey, slaves, move this shit. There's like 20 of you.
Yeah, can we employ the slaves who have been laboring on Earth to help us push all these crates over and wedge it under the door while I lift it?
Sure, yeah. It's as Locris so eloquently put, a handful of them kind of nod and then make their way to help you guys. And it's like, yeah. Anything you say, just don't cut off our dicks. They help you drag some barrels and crates over to the door.
Well, don't give us a reason to.
Hey, don't shame my religion.
All right, now everyone
He
get ready.
slowly backs away with his hands in the air and goes back to banging and making noise.
All right, we need 4 of you. When he lifts this up, push these underneath the door to hold it. Do you understand?
They all nod, give you the thumbs up.
All right. Then I'll cast Ray of Frost on the door again.
For a brief moment, it's just a spot. It stops glowing red, kind of freezes over. Go ahead and give me a strength check again, Gladier.
Oh man. So Blade, you want to sing me a nice little tune to maybe give me a little strength boost?
Blade will go ahead and sing him a little John to be like, to lift up this steel, just see how you feel.
All right. No pressure. Okay, that's not bad. We use that inspiration. That is with inspiration. That is a 21.
And that's enough. You don't even really need them to slide anything under. You throw this door wide open. And as you do, a rush of hot air just kind of, blasts past you guys. And as you look into this next chamber, I think that is where we're going to have to call our session for the night, fellas.
Yeah. We're about to get fucked.
Man, what do we see though? Like we're looking in there. Can we know at least what we see?
Lava. Lots and lots of lava.
Oh shit.
Oh, I think we picked the wrong room, boys.
Why don't we just go home? Let's just go home. We don't need
it's just Renwick. It's just Renwick's home. I mean,
Why are we even here? What do we need from here? We don't need anything. Let's get out of here.
We're trying to stop an entire plague that's been ravaging multiple continents at this point.
Well, I
it's
don't know.
not much of a
Gladier's
plague, really, so much
homeland.
of this is spring, but nonetheless, we're saving quite a few people here.
Gladier's
but,
homeland
see,
seems to be fine.
I'm about to go to the Shadow Realm, so I mean, this round's just, whatever.
That's fair. Given what we've seen from you, whenever we go down your path, that's gonna get real fucking dark. So I think whatever we're going into, you preemptively might owe me for what I'm gonna do for you in the future.
This will be fun, boys.
Oh, this is gonna be fucking brutal.
Think we can call him out, just like yell at him, "Hey, get out here!"
Yeah,
Hey,
it's too
okay.
hot in there. You come out here. We killed most of your guys.
Oh,
I was
man.
not expecting to roll. I did like roller coasters. I did great against Blade and Locris's spells, but then shit, I rolled back to back ones as well. Like the dice were all over the place for me tonight.
You couldn't attack, but damn, could you not miss getting spelled?
I know I had some crushing attacks coming at Renwick. I don't think I might have hit him once for the 6 or 7 attacks I threw at him.
You ended up hitting me twice, but I uncanny dodged both, so I think I took like 26 points of damage or something like that. Like I got 2 pretty good wallets, but uncanny dodge helps quite a bit. So
Yeah. Wait to get evasion. Oh, wait, do you have evasion?
I do have evasion, but evasion's only on saves.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, gentlemen, I'm gonna head out. Keep in touch with me on the socials, man, and let's do this crazy thing again next week. Yeah.
For sure.
yeah.
Good session, boys.